Very well. It's good to see you all, and I'm excited to welcome you. Now, just so that I am sure that we are all set for the day, one of the good things I have is the ability to tell stories, and I like telling my stories with the audience. This afternoon, I have a story of numbers. In my story, if I mention 1, please raise your hand. Let's try. 1. Okay? In my story, if I mention 2, you snap twice. So let's try 2. Very good. So what was 1? What is 2? Very good. If I say 3, you clap 3 times. 1, 2, 3. So 3. So back to 1, 2, 3. Lovely. And if I say 4, please tap your table. What's 4? Good. I have my numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. We try again. I try to be a good teacher, so we try again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to tell you a story. If I mention the numbers, please do the necessary action. Then I'll be sure we are ready to start. So one more reminder. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here goes my story. One day, 2 men and 3 ladies took one child who hit the table. I will do a good reminder. If I say 1, you do this. 1. If I say 2, snap twice. If I say 3, and if I say 4, good. Let's try. One day, 2 men and 3 ladies took 4 children to one destination. Child number 4 told number 2 to pick 3 items and give child number 1. But item number 4 was not like number 1. So child number 2 told number 3 to take item 1 and give number 4. But item 1 and item 2, no, wait, there's somebody who is doing this. I did not give this one in my list. I did not give this one. My prompts were simple. 1,
Check. 1, 2.
2, 3, 4. We try it faster. One day, 2 men and 3 ladies took 4 children to one destination. Child number 4 told number 2 to take 3 items and give number 1. But item number 4 and number 1 was not like number 2. So child 3 told child 4 to take item 1 and give number 2 because item 4 and item 1 was not like 2 or 3. That was the clap to welcome me for this forum. So I welcome you to a beautiful and exciting program this afternoon, and we are going to celebrate great things today. Just for purposes of guiding you, our washrooms or restrooms are right outside to your right. There are mobile restrooms that have been set up specifically to people of your caliber. So they are executive, well done and prepared for you. Just outside to your right. In the event of an emergency, we have an ambulance to my left, so that we just out to the left, we have an ambulance that will be able to cater for any emergencies during this event. I wish to also advise you that our program will have multiple speakers coming through and quite a number of good, beautiful presentations that are lined up to ensure that you have a message. I recognize the presence of Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. We are happy to welcome you to this forum. Welcome, and please join us. We are excited to have you with us. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Karibu. Very good, and we welcome you to this session. Karibu. Karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request us all to be upstanding for the national anthem. Let's all be upstanding for the national anthem. I believe the control team, we are ready. We're going to do the national anthem and the East African anthem, if well cued from the background. Let's proceed. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready with the national anthem and the East African anthem. All right. I believe as we set it up, we will be able to also guide you on some quick protocol. As I advised you, our restrooms are outside to your right. Our ambulance is outside to your left. In the part of our program, we'll be doing a lounge that will be coming up shortly. And later on, we will be also having another lounge. And somewhere in between, we will have a panel that will be discussing very pertinent issues regarding this celebration and the dream to make Kenya green and safe energy to be utilized in all our activities and endeavors. I am impressed to also just make a mention that we are actually using safe energy during this event. So we are not using the national grid. All this lighting and everything that you're seeing here is safe energy, just to live by what we do. All right, control, whenever you're ready. This is the part of the CV.
Download Glovo.
Okay. We can sing because we went to school and sang through, right? But luckily they have gotten it, so we are ready to get started. Please go ahead. This is the part of the CV that speaks about working with minimal supervision and high pressure. Okay. To the East African.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarishe uimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. I wish to now invite Pastor Joshua Mainge to lead us in the opening prayer before we can get to our seats. Pastor Joshua, please make your way to the podium.
Okay, let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Everlasting Father and Lord, we thank you for this opportunity and grace that you have bestowed upon us. We pray that, Lord Almighty God, you are going to help us. Every activity, every event that is going to take place right now, Lord, we commit unto you that, Lord, you are going to take us through. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Let's appreciate him with a clap as we get seated. Please be seated. Our chief guests, our guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this beautiful official launch of Safer Power Group's 100% green-powered manufacturing facility, the Green Hydrogen Proof of Concept and Green Hydrogen Roadmap, as we celebrate Safer Power at 10. We are excited to welcome all our guests in this special forum. Please extend your hand to your neighbor and tell them it's good to have you around. I'm confident with those smiles, we are safe to proceed. Today, we have the privilege of having with us actually 3 reverends, if not more. And I want to recognize the presence of Reverend Geoffrey Mutania. Reverend Geoffrey, let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Reverend Mutungi. Reverend Mutungi is also with us. Please, let's appreciate him. And of course, our guest reverend who will be leading us in a beautiful forum this afternoon is Dr. Reverend Matthews Mwalwa. Dr. Reverend, we appreciate and recognize you. Noting that it is excellence of the Almighty that has brought Safer Power through to the 10 years that we celebrate today, and as we align to the excellence of going green, ensuring that we give safe energy to the world, we now want to invite Dr. Reverend Matthews Mwalwa to lead us in a thought as we reconnect with our heavenly spiritual reflection and have an opportunity to dedicate the event to our Almighty. So let's give a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Reverend Matthews Mwalwa. Let's keep clapping until he gets on stage. That will be the, it's good to have you, Reverend. Karibu sana, and we look forward to the blessings today. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, and the CEO, Safer Power, your family, and all your esteemed staff and co-founders, distinguished guests, county and other government entities present, many valued partners of Safer Power establishment. It is my very singular honor to bring this brief message as we celebrate this launch today. Allow me to thank you, sir, the CEO, Engineer Dalmas Mbaye, and your team for having faith in my presence today. you gave me shoes that are rather large for my slim toes, which reminds me of a friend who was visiting a principal, a headmaster of a primary school, and as they were going around, there was a very noisy class, and so the headmaster, who was the principal, turned to his friend and said, after hearing all this noise, he said, "What would you do if you were in my shoes?" And then he looked at the shoes of the principal and he said, "I would polish them." Unfortunately, your shoes are already polished. But I do want to thank you. I congratulate you on this launch and the 10th-year anniversary of Savor Power Green Sheet Metal Manufacturing Facility. Occasions like this one with Safer Power today signify not only a fueling of a significant venture, but also true evidence of dedicated effort. This commemorates a milestone heralding an era of innovation, excellence, and growth. On the 3rd of this month, when Mr. Absalom, I found that they call him Abu here, but Mr. Absalom gave I and my two friends the single privilege of touring these premises here, it became very clear that Safer Power occupies a space upon which they can unwaveringly promise to deliver outstanding products and services poised to make a significant mark in this region and beyond. That was a Madam Natalie Clifford Barney. She was an American writer, and she said, "Entrepreneurship is the last refuge of the troublemaking individual." I'll let you chew that for a while as I quote Peter Drucker, who is an Australian-American consultant and educator in management. He's actually a management guru. And he wrote, and I quote, "The best way to predict the future is to create it." And that is what is actually happening here at Safer Power, creating the future. Over a decade and a half now, I and two of my very close friends, we paid a visit to Tanzania in the town of Musoma. This is the town of the late President Nyerere of Tanzania. This is where he was born. Our Professor Patrick Clock Otieno, we call him PLO, would always add Kambarage Nyerere. The late Tanzanian founding president Julius Nyerere is quoted in his famous essay, Freedom and Development, in 1968 as saying, "Development is the development of people, not things." Here is his full quote. "For the truth is that development means the development of people, roads, buildings, the increases of crop output, and other things of this nature are not development. They are only tools of development. A new road extends a man's freedom only if he travels upon it. An increase in the number of school buildings is development only if those buildings can be and are being used to develop the minds and the understanding of people. Development which is not development of people may be of interest to historians in the year 3000. It is irrelevant to the present. President Nyerere was right, because central to all development, the skills, models, spheres of leadership, whether social, political, or spiritual, central to all those virtues and more is really service delivery to humanity. Technology, with its improved niches of information technology and artificial intelligence, is a move towards making humanity more efficient and more at ease in life and functionality. There's a passage of scripture that has impacted me over the years. I have shared it, Your Excellency, Kalonzo Musyoka would remember this passage, because at one point after I shared this with him, he found me a plaque that actually addresses that same passage of scripture. I got to hear this from a man who was one of my lecturers way back in 1973. It is found in the scriptures in 1 Chronicles chapter 4 and verse 9 and 10. I read for you 1 Chronicles chapter 4 and verse 9 and 10. Jabez was more honorable than his brothers. His mother had named him Jabez, saying, I gave birth to him in pain. And in verse 10, it says, Jabez cried out to the God of Israel, oh, that you would bless me and enlarge my territory. Let your hand be with me and keep me from harm, so that I will be free from pain. That passage of scripture concludes by saying, and God granted his request. And as we will be praying a little later today, this is our desire, that God will indeed grant the request as made. Names are central to identity and character. And so the mother calls this child Jabez, and he says it's because the process of birthing him brought me a lot of pain. We do not have all the time that would be required for us to skive through and navigate through the entire process of that name. But just know that the name actually means pain, and that names are important for identity. There is an ancient historical anecdote where Alexander the Great noticed a soldier who was behaving rather unbecomingly or even cowardly, and this was during the battle. So Alexander the Great approached the soldier and he asked him, soldier, what's your name? And coincidentally, the soldier's name was Alexander. Only it was now Alexander the Great asking Alexander the soldier what his name was. And the soldier responded and he said, sir, my name is Alexander. To which the king responded immediately, soldier, either you change your conduct or change your name. Names are crucial. So when Jabez's mother names him Jabez, it was for the reason of being reminded of the journey that she had gone with the son. Now, I do not want to bring you to the place where you would be embarrassed at all, but let's use this name, Jabez Pain. And I'm not as good as our MC with the hand up 1 and the clap 2 and clap 3, but I will ask you to help me with this. So Jabez means pain. So let's hope that Pain, this Jabez, is playing on the field. He's playing football. And so what would you tell the man who has the football and his name was Jabez? How would you ask him to pass the ball? Can you do that quickly? How would you would call him, Pain, please pass the ball. Pain, please be on your side. And every day Pain was being called, and it got into his mind. So he got fed up. At one point, he decided, Liwalo Naliwe. I am fed up with everybody calling me Pain at every juncture. So he cried to God, and he prayed this very specific prayer, short but precise. He believed that his ability and potential was larger than what was given to him. Now, we do not know, and a number of people have tried to explain what actually happened around this Jabez boy. We do not know whether the pain was during his birth. We do not know whether the pain was because he was physically disabled. We do not know whether he was born during a time when the father was away and the mother bore the pain all by herself. But by indication from that passage of scripture, it would seem that there was something amiss physically. And so when he was given what would be his portion, it was smaller than everybody else. Because he prays in this prayer and he says, enlarge my territory, or enlarge my boundary. In other words, where I am operating, I know I have more potential. I know I can make what everybody thinks I cannot make. So he prays to God, enlarge my territory. I want to thank you, Bwana CEO, for giving me the privilege of listening to you and hearing where you have come from and knowing those humble beginnings and looking at your own background and life, and to come to realize that today the enlargement, these 10 years, the enlargement of your territory is actually justified. Now, if I was in my church, I would say that's the place for you to clap. But I think this is not my church. But, oh, you're clapping anyway. So he prayed, bless me and enlarge my territory. I want to occupy more. I want to do more. I want to reach more. But what I was given is small. A couple of things about enlarging the territory. When someone prays, enlarge my territory, it means one or two things. One, it means that God will actually enlarge that territory. The boundaries will be moved. But it also means that there could be other people who are near where you are and they will need to be moved. Now, some good Christians pray, and I was sitting with one of my pastors and he was saying to me, maybe I shouldn't have prayed that prayer, a prayer that he was referring to. And I told him, don't worry about what you prayed, because God looks at the prayer and he is able to discern what should be answered. So if God, in his wisdom, knows that you need to move and somebody else is next door, don't worry about the person next door. God will know where he will take them. So, Bwana CEO, you do not have to worry. You have no competitors. There's no competition. You don't have to worry about the neighbors, because God will know where to take the neighbors. After all, the neighbors have not asked to be enlarged in their territory. So God will move them where their territory fits them. So our prayer today is that God will hear your cry, your company's cry. That God will hear the cry of your partners. That God will put his hand upon you. And from the pastoral point of view, when this man asked for the hand of God to be upon him, it is a mystery that if you do not know God, I would invite you to explore that element. Because when the hand of God is upon you, things happen that only God can explain through you, only you can explain when you have the opportunity to enter the spirit world. Your hand be upon me. That is our prayer. We also pray that God will bless you and he will prevent pain. That was Jabez's prayer. Would you remove this name, pain? And even if you do not change the name, would you remove the pain? And listening to you, Bonacillo, there has been moments of pain. And our prayer is that that pain will be removed as you partner with others who have gifts and skills and talents and means and knowledge, so that the future will not be painful. And then he prays that God would enlarge his territory. I know that your territory has been enlarged, but there is more ground, much more to be filled. And this is our prayer for you as well. I want to bring us to a close of these thoughts by sharing with you a concept that most of us here would know. It was a concept that was developed by Engels, and then it was used by Karl Marx. It is called the dialectical materialism. And some of you coming from either the social undertaking in terms of political or even in terms of sociological understanding would understand this. And what it means is that to have movement, you have something called a thesis. And when you have a thesis, the thesis, in order for the thesis to develop, it has an antithesis. And when the two come together, then you have a synthesis. So you have thesis, antithesis, you have a synthesis, which becomes a new thesis. I want to propose to you, Bonacillo, and your partners and others present today, that you are at an antithesis. So that tomorrow and the days to come, we will experience a synthesis, a new thesis, new, powerful, focused, moving forward in the area of clean energy. This is our prayer for you. I will ask that we will now, if you allow me, that we will stand together. We will pray that this will be the reality. Is that okay, Bwana MC? Let me ask that we will be upstanding. I noticed that the pastors were here and they offered a prayer. Let me ask kindly that all the pastors would come here, join me, we would hold hands, and we would offer this prayer that your territory will be enlarged and that God will put his hand upon you. There will be no pain. So let me ask the servants of God to come, and I'd recognize all of you for being here. May the Lord bless you. Let me ask that we would hold our hands. Let's move as far as we can go so that I can hold someone's hand right over here. Thank you, thank you. If you are not a Christian and you're not used to these types of prayers, all we do is we close our eyes so that we do not see what's happening around us, and we can concentrate on what we see. So please help us and close your eyes and let's pray. Father, in Jesus' name, how we thank you. We thank you for the life of Jabez, that he was able to reach out to you to desire that you would bless him, remove pain, and you would enlarge his territory. And this is what we pray for safer power today. As we celebrate these 10 years of achievement, there are many more years to come. A child of 10 years is just entering the early stages of adolescence, the excitement and the desire to discover. This is what we pray for safer power, that they will enter a new chapter after these 10 years, that you would remove any pain that has been experienced, and that in the future you would enlarge their territory. Do this to your honor and to your glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you. Thank you for giving me those minutes. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we appreciate our Reverend. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate for the beautiful and wonderful word, there will be no more pain. Wonderful. And thank you for all the pastors and the reverends who made their way forward to bless and commit this activity. We are now confident to sail on to the next part of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, I was very elated as a good student of history to see in person the 10th Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, Bwana Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. We appreciate that you are able to spare your minutes to join us here, and we'll be looking forward to your safer conversation with us. By safer conversation, it means that we have a good audience of pro-government and non-government, so we want a safer conversation even as we invite you to speak to us. But biblically, I don't have the ability to untie your shoes. Only one can do so, and this is the CEO, and the MD and the CEO of the Safer Power Group, and that is Dalmas Mbai. Bwana Dalmas, please make your way to the podium and make your remarks as you invite our guest. Let's give him a round of applause until he makes his way. Karibu sana, karibu, and make your remarks.
Your Excellency, Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Madam Gulia Olanto, representing the Ambassador of Italy, CS John Kilonzo, representing the Governor of Machakos County, CEOs, directors, managers, pastors, engineers, and all the team that is here. Good afternoon. I take this opportunity to welcome you today to celebrate with us as we celebrate 10 years of hard work, 10 years of God's faithfulness and 10 years of ambition. Before I proceed, allow me to introduce my wife. Please, my wife, where you are, be upstanding and wave to the congregation. Allow us also to introduce my pastor, both from home and Nairobi, Pastor Joshua and Pastor Mwele. Thank you. Today, Saver Power turns 10. We are grateful for a journey that began with a modest engineering assignment and has grown into an integrated Africa energy and manufacturing platform. That journey began somewhere in Kisumu, where we were 4 young engineers still in campus doing some installation in an hospital called Riyadh. And we saw the opportunity in Africa, but also we saw the challenges. But where we saw challenges, we saw opportunity. And we asked ourselves one question. We are in campus. What is ahead of us? In a few years, we'll be graduating from University of Nairobi. Where are we going to land into? And we decided to start something that will not only work for us, but that will work for everyone in this country and Africa at large. That is the journey that we are celebrating today. This is not just an anniversary. It is a statement about what Africa can build when enterprises, skills, capital, technology, and institutions work together. We are commissioning a manufacturing facility powered through 100% renewable energy architecture. We are unveiling a green hydrogen proof of concept and launching a green hydrogen roadmap intended to move from demonstration to practical and bankable applications. This has not been my journey. It has been our journey. This is the journey with the team that I work together with, and I kindly request them to be upstanding so that we can very briefly introduce them. The executive team, the managers, if you can make it to the front side, please come. Very quickly. Very, very quickly. You will bear with us, it is an industry that is male-dominated. But I'm sure when my chairman will be introducing the board, it will make us proud on the other side. So, we have Peter Mushina. When I mention your name, you can just raise up your hand. He's our GM operations. We have Stanley Mbai. He's not my brother, but he's my brother at work. He's our GM HR. We have Philip Mwenzwa, who is our CFO. We have Martin Ireri, who is our GM Business Development. We have Pierre Jacobs, who is my deputy, the deputy CEO, and the president of the group. I'll be talking about the group, so you understand why his role, he has two roles. We have Fidel Musau. Fidel Musau is my co-founder. Allow me to emphasize something there. He's the man with two of our other colleagues who started the other endeavors. We started this company together. We used to be at University of Nairobi. We worked together from Area 4 by foot to University of Nairobi for about 3 years because of lack of even 20 shillings to board a matatu. It's a great mind. I do the talking, he does the action. Then we have Sospita Mutuku. He's our director administration. Fidel is our Chief Technical Officer and is the Group Managing Director, is the Managing Director of Several Industries, the one running the production. Then we have Greg. I always have a big challenge pronouncing that word. He's a French guy. Is the GM projects. And we have other teams that are in the field. So the Save Our Power team is a big team that has basically made us to be where we are today. You can have your seats. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners, and colleagues, today we are launching a roadmap, not claiming that the journey is complete. The green hydrogen proof of concept you see is a practical learning platform. It demonstrates that renewable power, electrolysis, controls, storage, and hydrogen to power can be an integrated system locally. The next challenge is to turn that learning into safe, bankable, and useful applications. And at this juncture, allow me to appreciate a close friend of mine, the MD of Willow, Mr. Matembe. Whatever we are launching today, whatever we are discussing today, started with that man and a colleague of mine, who actually took me to a tour in Germany. And we were able to see practically a full cycle of green hydrogen. Thank you, my brother. Today we are discussing about Africa Unleashed. Africa has a potential. We need to discuss today at the end of this conversation, where is the missing link? What is missing in our African journey to a successful continent? We address the power issues has as a company by developing competitive solar and storage systems. We work with partners, we work with customers who make our journey a success. Our manufacturing capability gives us an important foundation. We can produce and assemble selected balance of plant components in a controlled factory environment. We are able to do complete wiring and testing before site deployment, thereby shortening lead times. We are also able to support customization and remain locally accountable for integration and service. We have invested in capacity, and we'll be showing you in the course of this event, members of our team that have undertaken training in Italy and acquired necessary certification for handling, assembling, and servicing of green hydrogen electrolyzers locally. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is we are creating capacity locally to be able to produce these things locally here, and thereby lowering the cost of doing projects in this country. Allow me to invite my friend, my father, whom I was honored to understand that is joining us into this journey, this celebration, even though he's rushing somewhere, to celebrate with us. But most importantly is because if you look at what we are discussing, it's a multinational conversation. I felt it is good from his experience as a Minister for Foreign Affairs for many years to be able to share with us a word of wisdom. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Oh, please be seated, please, please. Save power at 10. I think we need to give him a big clap because that's why we are here. I'll avoid all protocols I grew up a man of protocols, and I really don't like protocols anymore. I just want to speak it as it is. I was actually wearing a tie. Let me begin by making that confession, because I went through a church group and I felt it would be good to do so. But this three-piece wearing man called Musau sent me a message after that, because we were invited to lunch, and it was so warm at that place that I decided to remove my tie. But then he talked about Damos and this event. And so my younger son was supposed to be here. I don't even know whether he's here, because the one was invited to this group, because they're the same age. That's why he's calling me a father and a mentor. So I ended up here without a tie because it was hot. I removed it. When I now sat next to the CEO of the Nation Media, who invited me the other day to his wonderful office, I felt a little shy. I felt actually I must make that confession. But as I do, I'm also proud to remember that today marks the 16th edition of the promulgation of our new constitution. I think we need to clap for ourselves, all those of us are Kenyans. And that we chose to do this event on a day like this is further kudos for you, Bonambai. And so don't worry about the fact that your team here, management team, was absolutely and completely and constitutionally constituted. And I may not sit here to see whether your chairman will make it look better, because we are a country that has developed so strongly to be gender sensitive. But again, engineering being what is it, I saw not so many of the ladies, but I think I stand corrected. There may be many young Kenyan women engineers. I suspect one of them is here. And I note also that you went to the university. I didn't know the university can be an incubation center for what you have just seen here. So we celebrate our young engineers and young Kenyans who are saying, we will do the best we can so we do not cause pain to our families and to our country. Your territory will be enlarged. Thank you, Dr. Reverend Matthews Mwalwa, for that encouragement, thought-provoking approach. I didn't know that Pastor Mwalwa was schooled in dialectical engineering of the type that he talked about. The synthesis, the thesis, and what he actually so ably demonstrated. But do you realize, ladies and gentlemen, that even as we gather here today, we have enormous challenges. We sang our national anthem, which is a prayer. We also sang the East African Community Anthem. And I was with the engineer just a few days ago in Dar es Salaam, and I could see the vision he is actually having, not just for the East African region, but the African continent. We used, of course, to talk about the Asian tigers, those countries that grew exponentially, whose economies grew exponentially. And then we wondered, because a story is told that at independence, the Republic of Korea and Kenya were at par. I think Mzee Kenyatta actually did send some dollars to assist the Republic of Korea. But where is Korea today compared to Kenya? But we should never give up. We shouldn't. Because the time for the African lion has come. If we actually follow this example of young engineers who are taking it up who are actually breaking literally the ceiling, the glass ceiling, to achieve both for themselves, their country, and the region great, great favor, even before God. So I didn't want to speak much, because these days we, contrary to the spirit of our Constitution, and Master of Ceremony, you talked about me making a safer speech, because there may be those who are in government and those who are in opposition. I guarantee you, I never change. I just say it as it is. And the truth of the matter is, we have people in office who are actually, who need a spirit of liberation, to believe in our Constitution, to believe that in a constitutional democracy such as Kenya, you need to live peaceably with each other. And you need to know there will always be contrary views to yours. And such a time is now where I can confidently say we are state captured. And I know the kind of attitude one would have is, oh, the opposition leader went to save energy. They will be confronted with an incredible KRA bill just because I came here. Therefore, I want to say I have very little to do with this group. Don't attack them. Allow them to grow. The affinity I have is we come from the same county, and that's okay, Engineer Mbai. In fact, I came to know Engineer Mbai very recently, and I'm truly encouraged to know that there are young Kenyans, professionals, who are able to literally get out there and create jobs. As we speak, 70% of the youth in this country are unemployed. You are doing the best you can to create employment. We're in the county of Machakos, are we? Engineer Kilonzo, this is your territory. So this one belongs to my party, so I can talk the way I want. I thought we were going to get introduced here the CS Energy, who also was with me. If it was Engineer Wandai, I think you also be part of my team. Never mind the realignments that happen at such a time as this. So I just wanted to encourage you and to tell you, don't give up. The beginning, I think, but by the way, I think the Reverend Mwale also challenged you in a very fatherly manner. You can become exuberant. You can say where we come from in that part of the country, or have made it. You have just begun. We would want you to grow into an international conglomerate, employing and having places of business, not just in Kenya or in Egypt, not within the COMESA region, but everywhere, even beyond Africa. You have the capacity. And when I saw your team here, I knew this is an organization destined for greatness. So we pray that the next 10 years we'll see massive expansion. Everybody in the world is talking about green energy. And I hope I can myself grow out of the national grid, because these electricity bills are impossible. They really are. So I'm sure all of us want to move in that direction. We have a lot of sunlight. We have wind energy. And this is a country which is a leader in the green energy space. Our geothermal capacity, geothermal. So lest I take over your function and make it, I don't know whether you have served them with some meals and make some of them feel constipated. I want to just say congratulations, congratulations. This country is not poor. We are just captured. Mark those words. We are not a poor country. We are just captured. And if we now break off, like these young people, engineers have done, refuse to be state captured or mentally captured, they're able to break the glass ceiling. We will, with God's help, make this country truly great. Asanteni.
sound. Thank you very much. Asante sana. And it is good that you've had a safer approach. You're a man of your word, and we appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was following through, don't worry about the tie, because there are ties we can untie and retie with good tidings. And the times of good tidings are here with safer power. Karibu sana. Now, I also recognize with us as we were getting to start off nicely, I noticed the arrival of the senator who was in Gishu County, and of course the first governor of Uasin Gishu County, having served the 2 terms in his time, Bwana Jackson Kiplagat Arap Mandago. Let's appreciate him. Karibu sana. We are happy to have you with us, and we recognize your presence. I also noticed, as we were having our quick conversation, Engineer Gilbert Maluki, who is the Chairman, National Irrigation Authority. Let's appreciate him. Very well. We are happy to have you with us. Definitely having more of our guests coming in, and I'll be able to mention you and appreciate you in subsequent times. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to invite before us the chairman, Engineer Samson Nyika Maundu. He is going to make his remarks as we proceed. Bwana Chairman, karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the podium. Karibu, karibu, Bwana Chairman.
To our chief guest, Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, who has just left, and all other protocols observed, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, today is a very humbling day for Safer Power family. We are humbled to have you around to come and celebrate with us the journey we have walked for the last 10 years. I joined Safer Power at the board level when Safer Power was a very lean organization with very few members of staff, and we have walked the journey hand in hand with the top management to transform from that small contracting firm to where we are today as an EPC and as an investor in power platform. Allow me to congratulate my CEO and his management team for the wonderful work which they have done. When I came on board as a chair of the board, I made a deliberate decision, one, to transform this company. Many times you will find when people get into the energy space, especially as contractors, they will just get into contracting and they will be satisfied. But I sat with the CEO and there was a deliberate discussion on how we are going to transform this company from a simple contracting firm to a national investor in the energy space. And I remember at some point we did a tour of 5 countries within Asia just to go and see what other people who have succeeded in this space have done. And I am happy to say, as I stand here, we are already on course towards achieving our dreams. As our pastors has said, we feel we still need to grow because there is a lot of untapped potential. And with your support as our partners, as our friends, we are looking forward to achieving greater heights in terms of business performance. I have a team of board members whom we sit together. Actually, when I came on board, there was no board. And we started with a board composed of purely the top management, basically the shareholders. But over time, we have transformed. We have now an effective board. And one of the key issues as a board, we have said, and we have made it deliberate to come out with strong governance structures which are going to propel this company to the next level. So I want to invite my board members for a quick introduction. Then from there, we will proceed with the program. Please, members of the board, come in front. Board members, come in front. They have not arrived. I'm undevised. Quite a number of our board members have not arrived, given that today was a working day and they did not manage to get time to leave their places of work. And that is why we are still unconstitutionally constituted, because I have a number of ladies in my board and incidentally none has arrived, but I'm told they are on the way. So when they arrive, we will have an opportunity to introduce them and get to know them. So from my far left, I have Fidel Musau, who was introduced as part of the co-founders and is an executive director. He sits in the board. We have Sospita Kivuva, who is Director Finance and Administration, also sits in the board. We have Dalmas, the CEO, who sits in the board, and we have the Deputy CEO and President, Pierre Jacobs. When the other members come in, we will take an opportunity to introduce them. And with those remarks, I say, feel welcome to this occasion, and as Safer Power family, we are very humbled to have you around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bwana Chairman. We appreciate your remarks, and we sincerely say asante sana to the entire board for the honorable duties that you are discharging. Ladies and gentlemen, I will dive straight to the next section of our program. But before we do so, for those who came in a little bit later, we had tried to concentrate and confirm that our concentration levels were at the prime. Luckily for you, as the MC, I have the privilege of diversifying, just like Safer Power diversified the energy streams. So for this one, I wish that we remember 4 keywords in our interaction today. Word number 1, safe. If I say the word safe, please clap once. Let's try. Safe. Thank you. The next word that I will be giving this afternoon is green. If I say green, snap twice. Green. Good. Safe. Green. Very good. The next word that I will be using this afternoon is community. If I say the word community, please do me an honor of stamping your table just once. Just hit it once. Let's try. Community. Good. So, safe, green, community. Finally, my final word is power. If I say power, no, I may sound political, nikisema tunataka power, but it's power. With safer power. So when I say power, clap 1, 2, 3. Power, power, power. Good. I have one of the best audience today. So let's try. Safe. When I say safe, you clap once. Safe. Then the next one is green, snap twice. So let's try green. All right. The third word is community. Power. Power. So it's power. Good. So let's try. I'm going to give you my story. It will have the following words. Safe, green, community, power. Good. Here goes my story. Today, we are seated here to celebrate some element of safety. In the process, we are talking about green energy. And when we use it in our community, we get to enjoy the power. So whenever you enjoy some good power, make sure it is safer, it is green, and it empowers the community to a powerful team. So let's enjoy some there's somebody who has been looking at me and wondering what it was. My keywords were 1, safe, clap once. So try. Safe, green, community, power. Good. It is good to enjoy some safe, green, power. And in the process, we have a community that enjoys safe, green energy that empowers. All right, I will be back to that later. For now, I want to invite before us the country manager, AV Ventures, that is Ronald Musundi. Ronald is going to look at scaling capable African enterprises. Please help me welcome Ronald Musundi. A round of applause as he makes his way to the podium. Karibu sana Bwana Ronald for your very quick remarks as we proceed. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. All protocols observed. Country manager, AV Ventures, and I'm here with my colleague, Veni. Please wave at the crowd. So we are a global impact investor based in Washington, D.C. We have operations in Africa and the rest of the world, and I'm happy to be here to support Safer Power. I was here 2 years ago, and we tried visualizing what we are seeing now, and engineer spent a lot of time, and his team spent a lot of time and energy explaining to me and my team about this vision. I'm happy that it has been crystallized and actualized. From an investment perspective, there is no shortage of investable opportunities within the renewable energy space. Actually, it's one of our key focus areas, the other one being food systems and financial inclusion. But actually, renewable energy cuts across the board because it's a critical factor of production. So the challenge is not the shortage of investment opportunities. The challenge is not shortage of ideas. The challenge is not shortage of the desire to transition from grid to off-grid energy solutions. The challenge is packaging those investment opportunities into investable deals that can be pursued. From our perspective as AV Ventures, what we do is we work with enterprises like Safer Power, whose impact is a natural outcome of their business model to support them transition from grid energy to off-grid energy. So we're very happy to be here. It's a large space, and we encourage Safer Power to continue doing what they're doing. We are in the process of setting up a Pan-African fund that will work in other East African countries, and I'm sure that you're already there. We've already positioned you, and we're happy to support you as you scale. So in the interest of time, I'll stop there and hand over to the MC. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. At this juncture, I also noticed a friend of mine that I will be inviting over. This friend of mine had a privilege to interact with me on a different forum, and I was very excited to see someone I'm familiar with. You know, as an MC, when you get a chance to see someone familiar in the audience, you keep smiling at them because they give you hope. So for that reason, I wish to invite from the participant engagement team, that is the manager who is the Global Compact Network Kenya, my friend Mary Waweru. Now, as Mary makes her way to the podium, I have a very interesting nugget for you, and this one will be very much important for you. Remember, the UN Global Compact is the largest corporate sustainability initiative with over 25,000 members around the world. So if you're not a member, please talk to Mary, because Mary is going to make you a member of this wonderful 25,000 plus membership group of the UN Global Compact. And of course, we will be glad to know what it entails. And Mary gave me a quick one, CEO. At the end of her speech, she has a certificate to welcome you to the membership. Let's applaud Mary as she makes her way to the podium. Karibu sana, Mary. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Engineer Dalmas Mbai, Group Managing Director and Group Chief Executive Officer of Safer Power Group, Safer Power Leadership, and colleagues, distinguished guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Mary Wawero. I'm the Participant Engagement Lead at the UN Global Compact, and it is a pleasure to join you this afternoon on behalf of our Executive Director, Judy Njino, who sends her warm regards and regrets that she could not be here in person. I am honored to share these remarks on her behalf and to formally welcome Safer Power Limited as a participant of the UN Global Compact. Today marks several important milestones for Safer Power. You're celebrating 10 years of building a business in Kenya's energy sector. You're launching a green-powered manufacturing facility, demonstrating a green hydrogen proof of concept, and setting out a roadmap for the company's next chapter in green hydrogen. Across Africa, we speak often about our extraordinary renewable energy potential. The real question is how we convert that potential into productive capacity, local manufacturing, jobs, innovation, and competitive industry. Kenya has already set out its ambition through the National Green Hydrogen Strategy and Roadmap, recognizing the opportunity green hydrogen presents for the energy transition, industrial development, job creation, and a more resilient economy. The next step is translating that ambition into real projects, investments, and capacity. Businesses have an important role to play in testing technologies, demonstrating what is possible, and helping build the market and skill that will allow this to scale. I therefore congratulate the board and entire Safer Power team on reaching this milestone. It is equally significant that as Safer Power begins this next chapter, you have chosen to join the United Nations Global Compact. As a special initiative of the United Nations Secretary General, the UN Global Compact calls on all companies to align their strategies and operations with the 10 principles covering human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption, while taking action to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. For Safer Power, that commitment is particularly relevant. The technologies we celebrate today speak strongly to environmental sustainability and the transition is to cleaner energy. But responsible leadership goes further. It is also about the people who will work in those facilities, the skills and opportunities created, health and safety, responsible sourcing, relationships across the supply chain, environmental stewardship, and maintaining strong standards of integrity as the business expands. The 10 principles provide a framework for bringing all of those considerations together so that sustainability is not treated as a separate program but becomes part of how the business operates and how it grows and creates value. From commitment to action is where we want to see as Safer Power go to. So today's certificate therefore marks both an achievement and a beginning. Participation in the UN Global Compact connects Safer Power to a global movement of businesses working to translate sustainability ambition into measurable action. Through Global Compact Network Kenya, you will have access to practical tools, the UN Global Compact Academy, peer learning accelerators, and opportunities to engage with other companies navigating many of the same questions around climate action, responsible business, and sustainable growth. Participation also brings accountability, including reporting progress through the annual communication on progress. My encouragement to Safer Power is to use this platform fully, bring your experience into the network, learn from others, share what works and where the challenges remain, and use the 10 principles as the business grows, new technologies are deployed, and new markets are entered. Leadership in the energy transition will ultimately be measured not only by the technologies we introduce, but also by the economic, environmental, and social value we create through them. To celebrate the 10 years today, there's also an opportunity to look ahead to the next 10, to a decade of cleaner industry, stronger local capacities and capabilities, innovation, decent jobs, and African businesses playing a greater role in shaping the technologies and industries of the future. On behalf of Global Compact Network Kenya and the wider United Nations Global Compact, congratulations to Safer Power Limited on your 10th anniversary, on today's important launches, and on becoming a participant of the United Nations Global Compact. We are delighted to welcome you to the network and look forward to working with you as you translate this commitment into action. It is now my pleasure to officially hand over to the Engineer Mbai. I'd like to hand this over to you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations to Safer Power on that wonderful accreditation and joining the wonderful membership that is, of course, prestigious to have. Ladies and gentlemen, I will repeat on the quick house rules. On your way out, to your right are our restrooms. To your right are our restrooms. They are mobile. We went for the most executive, befitting your stature. And I guarantee you with Safer Power, they are safe for your usage and properly prepared to accommodate you as you head out to the right. In case you need some quick medical attention, to the left is an ambulance, and we have the specialists, top of the top, some of the very best south of Sahara, north of Limpopo, to accommodate and cater to your emergencies. Now, I have the privilege, as I was growing up, I tried to learn Italian, but Italian stopped me from learning it. I still have a dream of speaking Italian at some point due to my love of the Italian national football team in its very best days. However, today, we have the privilege of having the Second Secretary and Deputy Permanent Representative for the Italian Permanent Mission to UNEP and UN Habitat, as well as an official of the Embassy of Italy in Kenya. please help me welcome Julia Olandi. I hope I mentioned it right. Oh, very much. Let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the podium to make her remarks. Welcome, and in Kenya we say, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. It is a privilege for me to be here today representing the Embassy of Italy at this important event and celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Safer Power Group. Let me first convey the greetings from my ambassador, Vincenzo Del Monaco, who couldn't join us today, but of course this is a very important event for the embassy, and I'm here to show our support for the initiative. When I was looking first at the 3 keywords that were displayed on the screen, I noticed innovation, green industry, and clean energy. So I just want to emphasize that these are 3 keywords that also guide Italy-Kenya partnership, which I think has been particularly fruitful this year. We've been having many new MOUs and agreements signed. We've been having many inbound and outbound missions, culminating in the visit of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya in Italy in the end of April. And I think a new mission focused on energy is upcoming towards the end of September. So energy, it is really one of the big focus areas of our partnership. I wanted to highlight 2 aspects that I think are particularly important for today's event. The first one is topic-wise, which is what I just mentioned, the keywords innovation, green industry, and clean energy. And the second one is stakeholder-wise. So we particularly appreciate the fact that Safer Power Group has been partnering with Italian companies. We are particularly appreciate the fact that there has been training provided in Italy, in Pisa. And I just wanted to emphasize that our big framework for the Italy-Kenya partnership is provided by the Mattei Plan for Africa. And one of the key pillars of this plan is the fact that partnerships are not only about institutional and government-to-government partnerships. They involve company-to-company relationship and partnerships, the same as people-to-people exchanges, students, research, and investing in local talent and fostering this type of relationship is particularly one of the important aspects of the Mattei Plan. So let me just once again thanking the organizers for organizing today's celebration and express the appreciation from the Embassy of Italy to today's event. Thank you.
Thank you, please. We appreciate those remarks. And as I was trying to get to flow with the good English, I found myself fumbling on a few words, but I tried to keep them very demure. Did you understand my words? Thank you. We appreciate you, and thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. At this juncture, I wish to invite before us the National Director, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Ken Onditi, to make his remarks. Please make your way forward, Bwana Ken, and make your remarks. A round of applause as you welcome him for the remarks. Keep clapping until he arrives, if you don't mind. And we welcome you. I hope the microphone can befit your height.
Thank you. I can see you are safe with the Safer Power. Are you safe with the Safer Power? How many people are? How many? Okay, how many people? By the group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Safer Power Group, the Chairman, my friend Engineer Maundu. Good afternoon. I'll read the speech for Chamber President, Dr. Eric Ruto, who was meant to be here, but country in the world. So I'll ably read his speech. It is a pleasure to join Safer Power Group as you celebrate 10 years in business and mark this important milestone in Kenya's industrial journey. Oh, I'll work with this. Industrial journey. On behalf of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I congratulate Engineer Mbai and the entire Safer Power team for a decade of contribution to Kenya's energy and industrial sector. What makes today's occasion particularly significant is that you are not only celebrating the past, you are investing in the future through green sheet metal manufacturing facility, the green hydrogen proof of concept, and the roadmap for scaling this opportunity. This is important because Kenya's next phase of economic growth must be anchored on productive, competitive, and locally driven manufacturing. On businesses, our businesses continue to identify the cost and predictability of doing businesses, particularly energy cost as major constraint to competitiveness. At the same time, businesses that are able to access new markets and compete beyond Kenya are demonstrating stronger performance, like what you're doing. This is where initiatives such as Safer Power's Green Hydrogen program become relevant. The opportunity is not simply about producing clean energy. It is about using Kenya's renewable energy advantage to lower production cost, strengthen manufacturing, create jobs, increase local value addition, and ultimately improve our competitiveness in regional and global markets. At Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we believe that Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, and Export Kenya must move from aspiration to action, and you are on the lead. We need to manufacture more of what we consume, add value locally, and position Kenyan enterprises to participate in regional and global value chains. The Chamber, therefore, sees an opportunity to work with Safer Power as this initiative moves from proof of concept to scalable and investable projects. Through our 47 county chapters, sector networks, policy advocacy, market linkages, and economic diplomacy, we can help connect this initiative to businesses across manufacturing, agriculture, and energy value chains. To Safer Power, our message is simple. Kenya National Chamber and Commerce is ready to partner with you. We also encourage you to take advantage of the upcoming Africa Commerce and Industry Summit, which will be held in the next month of October on 14th, 15th, and 16th. The summit will bring together businesses, investors, and institutions from across Africa and beyond, creating an important platform to showcase innovation such as this and build new commercial partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, today's launch demonstrates that Kenya's renewable energy potential can be translated into real industrial solutions by Kenyan companies on Kenyan soil and for Kenyan markets and beyond. You can see it. The question before us is therefore not whether green industrialization is possible. It is how quickly we can scale it and how businesses can participate in it. Engineer Mbai, and the Safer Power team. Congratulations once again on the 10 years of achievement and on ambition for the next decade. But before I finish, I must also confess, when I started my company 21 years ago, we also started with the Engineer Maundu, who is here, who is your chairman, is the one who showed me on how to do contracting. And we were doing a lot of banks all over, renovating national banks. That's where we started. We started without a car. Even him, he was just walking. And I'm glad that is the chairman of Safer Power today. At Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, we look forward to working with you to turn this ambition into jobs, investment, local value addition, and greater competitiveness for Kenyan businesses. You know that Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, we've opened offices we have 2 offices in China, Hunan and which other province? Shandong province. We've opened offices in Dubai. We've opened offices also in US. So we are ready to work with you this journey. And we also congratulate you because we know you are one of our members. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Another good round of applause, and thank you very much for the wonderful representation that has come through. We appreciate. Please have this one. I also, in the process of executing my program, I was very categorical to skip this particular team, because in this world, I once got a message from a friend on my WhatsApp, and my friend called me a fake friend. I asked my friend why he called me a fake friend, and he told me it's because there's a day he wanted 2,000 Kenya shillings urgently, and I did not have it for him. So I was classified as a fake friend. But one person or one team that has consistently stood as a real friend and partner for Safer Power as we celebrate this wonderful 10 years is SBM Bank. I technically want us to skip SBM now because it is rare to find such partnerships. I will be inviting them over to make the remark specially, and that remark will be the one that will usher us to the official grand opening. So as we prepare SBM in style, good friends prepare other friends so that the friends can be super ready to give their friendly remark. At this juncture, I wish to invite before us the Senior Strategy and Business Lead, Snyder Electric, that is Geraldine Sunday. Geraldine, please make your way forward to make your remarks. After Geraldine, I will be acknowledging the President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, Engineer Harrison Keter, who will also have a quick remark for us. Let's welcome Geraldine as she makes her remarks. A round of applause. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, partners, Engineer Dalmas, the Greater Safer Power leadership team, all protocols observed. We at Schneider Electric today are very glad to be part of such a beautiful occasion. It is a privilege to join Safer Power in a truly, should I say, landmark or truly great occasion, mainly because they are setting a stage to be one of the first to lead the path for very many to follow. We are celebrating the launch of Safer Power Green Hydrogen Proof of Concept, the introduction of the Green Hydrogen Roadmap, and perhaps most importantly, the marking of the 10-year anniversary. Congratulations again. Each of these milestones to us as an OEM and as a partner to Safer Power is very important because it reflects that Safer Power is indeed proud of where they've come from. Such milestones only reflect vision, resilience, commitment, and the ability to consistently create value for your customers and stakeholders. Over the past decade, Safer Power has established itself as a respected engineering company, a trusted solution provider, and a growing contribution to the Kenya industrial and energy landscape. Today, Safer Power is one of the panel builders for Schneider Electric. Not only do they do the design, engineering, but has consistently produced low voltage panels that have gone to some of the greatest landmark buildings that we have within this country. The new manufacturing facility speaks to the capability, investment, and industrial development. Together, this initiative demonstrates ambition, innovation, and a desire to contribute meaningful to the national development. Schneider Electric recognizes Safer Power as an emerging area of interest, and together we are going to drive towards the broader sustainability and energy transition landscape. Initiatives such as this encourages dialogue, creates awareness, and helps stakeholders better understand both the opportunities that lie within the country and outside to the greater Eastern Africa. We commend Safer Power for being among the pioneer organizations in East Africa, demonstrating curiosity, leadership, forward-thinking mindset to engage in this discussion. As an organization, Schneider Electric, we have our purpose, which is mainly to empower all to make the best of our energy and resources, bridging progress and sustainability. We have three main pillars, one of them being electrification, and together with Safer Power towards such opportunities like what they're launching today is helping us ensure that we are meeting the demand for cleaner and more reliable energy, which increases every single day. The second one to us as an organization is digitization. Today, we see industries require greater visibility, better decision-making, and smarter operation through connected technologies. And we are glad to have Safer Power with us as one of the partners that is helping us bridge this gap. Thirdly is the word partnership. We, as a multinational, do not go directly into the market. We pride ourselves by joining hands with organizations like Safer Power to be able to ensure that our products actually are delivered from just moving from a product to a complete solution at the end of the day. As we look ahead, we see continued opportunities to work together in areas that are shaping the future of industry and infrastructure. What excites me even more beyond the technology itself is the fact that companies such as Safer Power are continuing to invest in capability, capacity, investing in people, and investing in the future. The success of any country is the industrialization transformation, and ultimately, depending on organizations that are willing to innovate, develop talent, and continuously raise the standards of excellence. The spirit is clearly evident, and this is clear in what we are celebrating today. As I stand here this afternoon, on behalf of Schneider Electric, our CEO who was not able to be here, Mr. Thiani, my colleagues who are within the team and who are sitting here with us, we congratulate Safer Power on 4 main achievements. Number 1, of course, your 10-year successful year of growth and partnership. Congratulations again on the launch of the sheet metal manufacturing facility. I'm very excited because I know we are going to do great things together. Congratulations on the unveiling of your green hydrogen proof of concept. And finally, congratulations on developing a green hydrogen roadmap that contributes to the important discussion about the future of energy. These achievements reflect an organization that has earned respect through hard work over the last decade while continuing to invest. We are proud of you, Safer Power, as our partner. And again, thank you very much and congratulations.
A good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the wonderful remarks. We appreciate it. All right, I will dive straight to the next part of our conversation. And before, I'm alerted about the flow of time, and I can confirm that we're doing super dangerously lingering to lateness. So I have been requested to just do a good mention as we proceed. I wish to welcome Bwana Peter Njonjo, the chairman, Selu. Please, Bwana Peter, please be upstanding so that we are able to appreciate. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I had earlier on recognized the Institution of Engineers of Kenya President, Engineer Harrison Keter. Please be upstanding as we give him a round of applause and welcome Bwana Keter. Karibu sana. We also want to appreciate the team from ABSA. Let's see, the team from ABSA, where are you? Oh, please be upstanding. We want to acknowledge you with pride. Let's appreciate Team ABSA. Thank you so much. We also want to recognize the team from NCBA. NCBA, where are you? The team from NCBA. We had quite a number there, but we appreciate your presence. And then we have the team from Equity. Equity, where are you? Team from Equity. We also had the representation. I'm sure they're somewhere within. And then we have ASEC. The team from ASEC, please be upstanding. The team from ASEC. All right, I see movement, so I confirm and appreciate ASEC. Then we have the team from Siemens. Siemens. Please be upstanding. We want to appreciate Lester. Thank you so much. Then we have the team from Huawei. Huawei, please be upstanding. The team from Huawei. We had some representation. We also recognize and acknowledge your presence. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, because of the limitation of time, I wish to invite our key partner. And of course, as I said, this is not a fake friend. This is a guaranteed key partner. They have funded this factory. And on behalf of the CEO, I wish to welcome Bwana Edgar Mwandawiro, who is the Chief Risk Officer at SBM, to make the remarks on behalf of the CEO, SBM Bank. A round of applause as we welcome Bwana Edgar. We appreciate your presence. Karibu sana, and please move your remarks as we proceed. Karibu Bwana Edgar. Welcome.
Thank you very much, MC. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of our CEO, Mr. Batesh, who could not make it this afternoon, he conveys his greetings to the Safer Power Group. He had to travel this afternoon, that's why he's not with us in present this afternoon. Riding on the protocol that has been mentioned earlier, the group CEO for Safer Power, Engineer Dalmas Mbai, the chair of the board of Safer Power, Engineer Maundu, the Safer Power team that is present here this afternoon, our other partners that are present here, representatives of government and county government, both present and past that are here with us this afternoon, the CEO of Nation Media Group, whom I had seen earlier here, my friend Geoffrey Odundo, my colleagues at SBM Bank. Maybe at this juncture I would ask them also to be upstanding and just wave to the crowd that is here. Thank you very much, my colleagues. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to stand before you today as SBM Bank Kenya and to come together with the Safer Power Group in a partnership that will help to shape the future of energy manufacturing in this country. To our partners at Safer Power, led by their CEO, Dalmas Mbai, I want to express our sincere appreciation for your pioneering work as a licensed panel builder for Schneider Electric and for the vision you bring to localizing production of Kenya's power infrastructure. Commercial enterprises today face rising operational costs and escalating climate risks. Access to targeted capital is no longer just an ESG obligation, but it is a necessary catalyst to unlock industrial resilience and energy sovereignty for our economy. This partnership comes at a pivotal time for East Africa's clean energy sector, valued at in excess of $4.3 billion as of the end of last year, and set a significant growth path for industrialization. By localizing engineering, assembly, and green technology manufacturing in Kenya, partners like Safer Power can reduce our reliance of importing equipment, create high-value jobs for economy, and actually lower the cost of our region's energy transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, when SBM partnered with Safer Power, at that time Safer Power was operating in a very small warehouse. It's actually, I think, a quarter the size of the facility that they have today. And as SBM, we are proud to be your bankers, your main bankers actually, and we have seen your growth and transformation over the years. We saw the vision when we came here. I personally have visited this facility a couple of times, and we have seen you grow. And we are ready to also ensure that you grow even further as an institution. Today, SBM is proud partner of Safer Power. We have extended in excess of $5 million financing facility to support Safer Power's green energy manufacturing workshop and the construction of the new facility that we're about to launch today. This investment will boost local production of critical electrical infrastructure that powers our homes, our hospitals, factories, and cities alike. This financing reflects SBM's sustainable business pillar and our commitment to green energy growth, local manufacturing, and environmental responsibility across the East Africa region. As maybe to digress a little bit, SBM is headquartered out of Mauritius. We operate in Kenya, India, and Madagascar. And we are privileged to partner with Safer Power. Ladies and gentlemen, to back this pledge with substance, we bring a growing suite of solutions as a bank tailored to green manufacturers and SMEs alike. We have a green financing facility where we de-risk and accelerate lending to climate-focused businesses. Our partnership with AFAW Guarantee for Growth in expanding access to capital for women-led enterprises has seen tremendous growth in that area. We have an asset finance product where we finance up to 100% of new plants and equipment with flexible repayment terms. Likewise, on trade finance, we have working capital solutions as a bank, including invoice discounting, LPO financing, guarantees, bonds, and letters of credit. Every SME banking with us, we have a digital banking solution with them, powered through our mobile banking solution called Mfukoni, and we also have savings-linked lending that you can lend up to twice the amount of savings that you have as a business, thereby supporting growth without compromising the financial resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, every panel that is assembled here by Safer Power every day, every panel that is built here rather than being imported, is a step towards energy sovereignty for Kenya. That growth is what we are here to finance as SBM Bank. I want to thank the Safer Power team led by their chairman and CEO for the trust they have given to SBM, for the partnership that we have witnessed, and to all our stakeholders as we join you in this journey of your growth. As a bank, we are here to support your growth and ensure that the partnership that we are building will have a shared commitment towards a greener, more resilient environment for Kenya. Congratulations on your 10 years of existence as a group. Congratulations for the launch of your new facility today. We are really proud of you as your bankers, and thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SBM, for the wonderful remarks. The beauty, right? The beauty of being an MC is you get to get a few number of notes that come your way, and I wish to also recognize, in case I break protocol in the process, please bear with me as they are coming through. I recognize the Assistant County Commissioner who's with us. Let's appreciate him. Our Assistant County Commissioner, we appreciate your presence. We also have our area chief. The chief is with us. Let's appreciate Karibu Sana. It's good to see you, and we recognize your presence. We also have the OCPD Athi River East. The OCPD Athi River East, we see you, sir. Karibu Sana, we are honored by your presence. Then we have the OCPD Athi River West, also joining us very well. We recognize you and appreciate you. When I see government with us, I know we are safe and very much accommodated with Safer Power. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to diverge to the next part before we can come back. Also, in the process of recognizing, I'm sure the gentleman will definitely be coming over for the panel discussion. That is the Group MD and CEO of Nation Media Group, Bwana Geoffrey Odundo. We appreciate your presence, and we look forward to sharing our nuggets with you. I hope by the time we are done with this will be on the national news front page, if possible. Thank you, very important for considering. And also, Bwana Mandago, the senator, was in Gishu. I have specifically set an area for you immediately after our launch because of one thing. A few years ago, we met in a conference for Cusco in Mombasa. You graciously took a photo with me during that conference. I was the MC. And when you took that photo with me, the interesting part is that we took it by the beach. So it was in the evening, so we were just having a good time, and we took it together with the governor from Nyeri. I posted that photo, and immediately my ex-girlfriend reached out to me. So thank you for reconnecting me to my lost love. For that reason, I have a special place for you during this conversation. At this juncture, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome before us, of course, representing the governor, Machakos County, and who will be presenting the governor's speech. We welcome the Chief Executive Committee member, Honorable John Kilonzo, to make the remarks. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way forward to make the remarks and give the governor's speech. Karibu sana, Bwana Kilonzo. We are happy to have you. Welcome.
Asante sana. I guess I'll jump the protocols for a minute because I'll come to them when I'm giving the governor's speech. I'm here from Machakos County, and I'm the CECM for Public Works and Energy. At some point, I was in industry, so I understand the industry space in terms of demand for energy. I'm with some colleagues of mine. People kindly stand up. We recognize you, Machakos County. Thank you, Mutula. Who is engineer? Thank you, engineer. Yeah, asanteni sana. All right, great. Let me just mention something I read yesterday. Yesterday, on the Business Daily, there was an article. And the article, just a minute, It's here. Kenya risks electricity cuts as reserve shrinks to 3.3%. This was the MD of Kenya Power on the 11th of August at the Saraba Hotel. He was giving the state of the grid. Interesting. Now, with that means he was saying that very soon we'll be having power cuts, rationing, and need to use alternative energy, that is, diesel-driven generators and everything else. What does that mean? That means increased cost of production. That means increased costs of goods that are produced, and especially for manufacturers who are exporting, that means lack of competitiveness. Somebody seated in the EPZ will be competing with a manufacturer in Vietnam, in Bangladesh, in Egypt, to take the same goods to Europe and the Americas. So unless we take our power issues seriously, as a country, we will become less and less competitive. That again translates to loss of jobs. Engineer, you and I have a lot of work to do as leaders, together with our people, to make sure everything we do is geared towards bringing value to the table, value to manufacturers, to be able to give them a platform where they can compete globally. And this is where the gap comes in for my good friend, Engineer, CEO. And I'm glad you saw the gap. And Engineer and I have been having a lot of conversations. Even before I went into the energy department, I guess there was a bit of a premonition. And one of the questions I keep asking him is, how come in Africa we have sunshine 365 days in a year, and we are unable to really optimize green energy? I mean, there's a problem. And thank you, Reverend Mwalwe. You spoke about it. It's not about the systems and the processes and infrastructure. It's about the people. Inherently, we have a problem. We need to look inwards, change what we are doing, to run away from what PL said, party leader, state capture. If we go that route, it will be a long journey home. So leaders, let us do our work. With those few remarks, allow me to read the governor's speech, because normally protocol, once I do the governor's speech, I cannot even add a word. Otherwise, I might get a show cause later. Anyway, here we go. His Excellency, Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Honorable Dr. Juma Mkhwana, PS Industry, His Excellency Vincenzo del Monaco, Ambassador of Republic of Italy, the leaders and management of Safer Power Group, Mr. Batesha, CEO, SBM Bank, distinguished guests, speakers, panelists, members of the press, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. Good afternoon and welcome to Machakos County. I am honored to join you today as you celebrate a monumental milestone, not only for Safer Power Group, but for the economic environment future of Machakos County and the country at large. Today, we mark two significant triumphs: a decade of relentless innovation by Safer Power, and official unveiling of East Africa's pioneer 100% powered manufacturing facility alongside its green hydrogen proof of concept and strategic roadmap. Ladies and gentlemen, Safer Power Group has demonstrated that industrial development and environmental stewardship can coexist seamlessly by choosing Sapphire Business Park along our bustling Mombasa Road and corridor as a home for their facility. You reinforce our proud status as the fourth most industrialized county in Kenya. Machakos is a vibrant, fertile ground for job creation, business growth, rapid economic development, standing tall as the region's premier green innovation hub. As the county government of Machakos, our vision for industrial growth is directly anchored in sustainability. The traditional reliance on fossil fuels and an increasingly overburdening national grid is no longer viable for modern manufacturing. Going green, indeed, offers a critical relief mechanism to cope with the shrinking capacity of the national grid ensuring our industries enjoy uninterrupted operational resilience. Climate change and energy constraints demand bold action, and our response must be rooted in clean and renewable resources. I am proud to report that Machakos County is not just talking about this transition, we are actively living it. We have already initiated aggressive solarization across our public infrastructure, powering critical community services in our hospitals, boreholes, and public street lighting through clean energy. Moving into the future, we are aligning the county policies to further incentivize clean energy adoption, support zero emissions in transport, and streamline investment pathways for green infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, green energy is a core driver of our economic roadmap, whether through solar, wind, or groundbreaking potential of green hydrogen. We are establishing an environment where manufacturing thrives without compromising our planet and the health of our communities. Furthermore, integrating green energy into mobility from electric public transport to hydrogen-powered logistics will reduce transit emissions along the critical northern corridor, lowering operational costs and keeping our air clean. The benefits of transition to green energy resonate across every tier of our manufacturing sector. For small and medium enterprises, energy expenses often constitute the single largest operational costs for micro and small manufacturers. Decentralized green energy solutions such as rooftop solar installations and localized mini-grids provide affordable, predictable, and uninterrupted power. This stability enables small businesses to lower overheads, improve profits, scale production, and create local employment opportunities. For large manufacturing sectors, high-volume industries require vast, continuous power supplies. Adopting green energy and integrating clean hydrogen solutions shields heavy industries from volatile global fossil fuel prices and grid instability. Beyond operational cost savings, green power unlocks access to international markets that are increasingly demand low carbon supply chains, ensuring our large-scale manufacturers remain highly competitive globally. The launch of green hydrogen proof of concept and roadmap by Safer Power Group today proves that Africa is not just adopting green technologies, we are innovating them. Green hydrogen represents the ultimate frontier in clean energy, capable of decarbonization, heavy industries, and long-haul transportation in ways previously thought impossible. I commend the cross-sector collaborative that has made the landmark occasion possible. The presence of international partners like the Italian embassy underscores the importance of global technology transfer and diplomatic goodwill. Equally, the financial backing of institutions like SBM Bank Kenya demonstrates that financial sector recognizes green technology as a secure, high-yield investment. To Safer Power, happy 10th anniversary. Thank you for believing in Machakos County, investing in our people, and leading transition towards a clean industrial revolution. To our investors and partners, Machakos County is open for green business. We will continue to build infrastructure, legal frameworks, and business-friendly environment necessary to support your green transition. Together, let us power our industries, fuel our mobility, and build a sustainable legacy for generations to come. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless Machakos County. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Another good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. I understand that now we are at the final stretch of our opening speeches. After this, I just need to line it up for you nicely so that you are able to get through. After the final speech, We will proceed to the launching, and this will be the official commissioning that will take place right here. And we will again proceed to the official unveiling and demonstration of the green hydrogen ecosystem right outside. This will be done by the representative of the CEO, SBM. We will also have the leadership of Safer Power. We will have our representative of the governor. We will have also Bwana Odundo from the Nation Media Group, our Reverend who led us graciously through this session, and of course my friend Senator Mandago in this lineup to do the 2 launches. The rest of us, we will be served on our tables. We have proper refreshments coming through, delivered and prepared by the very best of hotels in Eastern Central Africa. And we proudly want to indicate that we have a very sufficient refreshment as we do those launches. Now, here is an interesting one. In the gracious celebration of 10 years of Safer Power, we have 3 vouchers for you, the audience. How are we going to allocate that? That's interesting. I need you to prepare a congratulatory message for Safer Power on the 10-year celebration. A quick congratulatory message for Safer Power, maximum 2 minutes. Now, when you have the courage to present it, I will be able to give you an opportunity. And only you, the audience, can choose the winners. I will be giving a top 3 best messages to congratulate Safer Power. So prepare your message. Pick some keywords that have been spoken through in these speeches. Pick some key nuggets about Safer Power. Go to ChatGPT. You may find yourself reading the same message as your fellow ChatGPT user. Just so you know, make sure that you are creative, authentic, and original. For the people who will qualify to give their speech here, we will vote as the audience. Who gets number 1, number 2, and number 3, and they will be getting super awesome vouchers, because as a number 3, they have solar connection worth 139,000 Kenya shillings. Number 2, 240 something. I'll get you the figures. And number 1 will get a connection worth 400,000. Let me tell you, that's how you know that we are out to give for the society. So, now this is the time you up to your creativity. I've seen some Gen Z move forward, ready to take the battle. This is not just a battle for Gen Zs or the millennials. It could be the life changer for your family as you connect full solar energy. How will we be celebrating the winner? You can only win if you're with us here for that session. At this juncture, when I was still young, I like giving stories about my young life because I wanted to become a journalist, and I would go to our school assembly in high school and wanted to be a Swahili journalist for some good reasons. So I will go there and take a microphone then. I had a big voice. I still do. And I will go. For those who may not understand Swahili, please nudge your neighbor and ask them what I said. So I'll take to the podium and say, ifuatayo ni taarifa ya habari, kwanza ni muhtasari wake, msomaji ni Okari. Wanafunzi walijiketa na kuketetua katika shughuli za masomo huku wakiangaza kama jua la asubuhi ambalo lilinata mawazo kama nta ya kanuba. My dream was to join the Nation Media Group. I am still dreaming. At this juncture, I wish to welcome the Group MD and CEO of the Nation Media Group, who could be holding the key to my dream, to lead us in the remarks. Karibu sana Bwana Odundo. We are happy to invite you to the podium to make your remarks. Karibu, karibu sana.
Oh my God, where did you get this guy? Okay, karibu sana. We are really open to talent, and this guy has got it. So good evening. I really apologize. I will not stay for the panel. I've excused myself, but I've been here the whole afternoon, so I think I'm allowed. But just to say that I'm not a stranger to Safer Power, and I really feel at home. Engineer Mbaya and my friend Gregory have been very, very key to keeping me appraised about the things going on in Safer Power, and I've been part and parcel of this journey in the more recent past. Looking forward to joining one day, once I finish this journey as a media practitioner. And thank you. Great to see friends like Chris Olobo and the rest here today. So I think today we're celebrating an entrepreneur, somebody who I've just come to know a couple of years ago, but who has actually equally inspired me to think more around that there's a safe space outside employment. 10 years is not easy. Some of us have been thinking of leaving, and we're still stuck in the rut of employment. But I think what attracts me more about Safer Power is really the sustainability aspect of this business. I'm a champion of sustainability, having worked for this NSC and championing sustainability as a key agenda. I think it's very timely to see actual practical solutions coming to the market. And this green hydrogen is something that I think is phenomenal. Engineer, you know, when you're trying to explain to me how you extract hydrogen, to date I haven't got it. But I think I would like to see this hydrogen in use, and it's going to be very phenomenal. And please note, don't leave Nation Media out of that story, because it's a great story. So let's give him a applaud for this great investment. I think today, green hydrogen is becoming a significant form of energy, and it's great to see a Kenyan being a pioneer of it in our African continent. I think we've just heard about energy considerations, and thank you for reading the Business Daily and seeing that we report the truth. And yes, and there is actually a lack of energy to enable us industrialize. I mean, at the end of the day, with the capacity we have today, we can't actually catalyze industry in this country, and hence new forms of energy like this are very important. Now, Nation Media Group has been around for 66 years, and in all those 66 years, our work has been to cover such successful stories. Through our properties, like the Business Daily, today we are a leading platform that speaks to all aspects, business, industry, and entrepreneurship. Now, the story of green energy, I think, is something that is not well documented in Kenya. And we really think that there's a room for us to really give an opportunity to companies such as Safer Power to speak to it. With the increased energy transition from fossil fuels to green energy, green hydrogen, solar and battery storage, and other clean form of energy will remain highly a key aspect of our community. Its implications are phenomenal, from environmental favor to the fact that it has heavily impacted on the cost of power in this country. I've sat with the engineer here to see the kind of opportunity that stands for manufacturers in energy saving. An engineer must report that one of your clients has confessed to us independently that they're making money, they're saving money out of this. So our role, therefore, engineer, is to translate these conversations into what they mean for manufacturers, investors, looking for these opportunities. Kenya is a really endowed country when it comes to various forms of energy potential, and then how do we convert these into real solutions? So our role as journalists is to really understand the products, follow the investments, document the process, while creating a public conversation that is informed by both possibilities and evidence. So we'll be looking out for that. Beyond the storytelling, we also recognize that convening a power conversation on these forums such as this will be able to then understand how to address complex solutions that bedevil a lot of our institutions. We also believe that you're opening avenues for further research into new forms of energy. And I believe this conversation will not end here, but will also involve academia and other institutions that are in the area of research. So a combination of storytelling and convening is particularly important at this moment in our Kenyan development, because we need people who are building businesses in a more visible way, such as yours, and we also understand and also create the new opportunities that evolve themselves. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to be long on my speech, but what we're witnessing today is very important and key, that a Kenyan company is standing the test of time and is being applauded by serious companies like Schneider, Siemens, Stanbic, other banks, and Nation Media Group. So let's applaud you again for that. So Dalmas, as you celebrate the first 10 years of Safer Power, I'm equally interested in the story that you'll be telling us 10 years from now. The growth that will have taken place from this facility, the projects and investments that will emerge from this roadmap, and the business and value chains that will develop around clean energy, and the young Kenyans whose careers and enterprises will be created by the opportunities that are only beginning to take shape today. At the Nation Media Group, we want to be part of that telling that story, documenting the journey as much as the milestones, giving visibility to enterprise and innovation, and ensuring that the people building this country and economy occupy the place and are able to participate in the development. Countries are ultimately built by people and by people who are prepared to build things. And our responsibility as a media house is to ensure that these stories, ideas, lessons, and successes are well understood and we help you connect these stories with other conversations within the country. So Dalmas, again, my friend, congratulations, and congratulations to the entire SAFER team on this great development, on the milestone you're achieving today, and on the great opportunity that you're creating for the Kenyan people through this platform. So please take my applause, take the applause of the Nation Media Group, and we look forward to this journey into the future. Asanteni sana, and God bless you. And I think you have a job.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all witnessed the handing of a job right here to the Nation Media Group for me. Please congratulate me, ladies and gentlemen. I can confirm this is not like the TSC letters. Now, having said that, I wish to welcome Bwana Odundo back on stage. Please come and let's have a photo with you. Bwana CEO, come. Bwana Chairman, we will be happy to have this photo with you. And the representative from SBM, our key partner, please welcome for this photo. We can move this dais if you are able to. I will be more than glad to lose it here for this one. Karibu sana. Karibu. Oh, of course. Oh, sorry. I believe I can invite the launching team right here that was... I had announced the launching team. Bona Mandago, if you can honor us. The Reverend, please come. We want to have this photo with you here today. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. We are happy to involve you right here. Karibu sana. We are waiting for our Reverend also to come through to... Yes. Karibu sana, Bwana Reverend. We welcome you. Karibu. Karibu. And thank you so much. Another good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful gesture right here. Our camera crew is capturing some of the best photos in East and Central Africa, just to ensure, I guarantee you, we will be somewhere on the paper. If not this front page, Business Daily, that I can confirm, because Safer Power is redefining the conversation of safe green energy. And I am sure at the end of this, we'll have a lot of connections on solar power all over the country. Please look at this camera. If you look at me, you may lose it. Just one more shot for them, and then we are good. Camera crew, once you're good, give me a thumbs up so that we appreciate. Thank you so much. I request the team to please proceed to this section that is on this end. For the rest of us, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a moment to celebrate the leadership of of Safer Power, please come and let us have a moment for you. Karibuni sana. The leadership of Safer Power, please come for this photo moment too. We welcome you, the board team, the leadership of Safer Power. Please join on this one as we get an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be served cold and warm refreshments from where we are seated. Our serving crew is ready as we get to celebrate the special launching and commissioning. And of course, as I had told you earlier, we have sufficient vouchers. Now, I want to give you the exact figure of the vouchers that we have here today. I have been honored to get 3 vouchers. One voucher, which is for the number 3, it is worth 179,000 Kenya shillings, and it is power that can power your household for more than 36 hours continuously. Then we have another one worth 259,000 for number 2. And the winner, number 1, will be getting a voucher for 419,000. That is solar connection for you. Kwa wale watu ambao tunaishi kwa maploti, hii ni kama tutapeleka ushago. All right. All right, at this juncture, please turn your attention to the launching section. The team will be doing that commissioning, and they will proceed to commission the hydrogen, of course, concept 2 that is on the outside. The team, please proceed and step forward for the launch. I wish to allow the protocol team to hand the scissors to the person responsible for this moment. I also appreciate starting shortly as soon as we are done with the factory tour and the launch of the hydrogen section. Of course, we will be unveiling the demonstration of the green hydrogen ecosystem immediately after the factory visit. Karibuni sana.
We will say a prayer. Let's commit this premises to the Lord in prayer. Lord, we thank you. We thank you for these 10 years of hard work. We thank you for everyone that has had an input, both by thought, by contribution, and all the immense support that we have had today, those present and those who have sent their words of commendation. And so we commend this entire network into your hands, that in the days to come, we will be witnesses of the success through your hand in what we will be witnessing of Safer Power. And so we say, thank you, Lord, for every aspect of success that has been witnessed. We thank you for the CEO, Dalmas, and his team, and we commend them into your hands in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, our Reverend. And now welcome to the tour of the facility.
Thank you, Reverend. I would like to take you through, of course, the process of manufacturing and what we are calling the green-powered sheet metal manufacturing facility. So when we say sheet metal, of course, we mean the normal sheet metal that is cut, bent, and welded, as well as powder coated or coated to produce that final product. And you'll be able to see some of the final products on the main hall, on the right side, when you're facing the front. Those are some of the products that we've been able to produce from here. So with your honor, of course, I'll take you through the process and where we start from beginning to the end to have the product. So normally we start from design. And engineered designs. Of course, after receiving a requisition from a client, we take that requisition, we design, and after design and approval, of course, we start production. So at this time, I'll take you through the production process. Normally, specifically just for the sheet metal, it starts from cutting. We have a laser cutting machine, and maybe we can show you when it's running and how it cuts. We just walk through the journey together. So the operator, please, you can load the sheet. Powered, we mean this facility is fully running on solar. And we have 200 kilowatt peak on the roof. And then we have a base or a battery storage system outside. You will be able to see it, that is supporting. So we are able to maximize our production. We are proud to be one of the facilities that can say we are completely off-grid. That's a big challenge for our country, actually, to say that you are completely off-grid when you still have the grid. So I can see the loading has started, and this is a laser cutting machine. I know we are limited by space. Yeah, but you can see the process. So the laser machine cuts the design that has been loaded on the machine. It's able to cut to the desired design. Then after cutting now, we'll be able to showcase the next process, which is bending.
So we can see that.
What's your power consumption here? How many kilowatts?
Peak demand is, there's another machine. It's a CNC bending machine. And we can demonstrate the bending process. Yeah.
One week, you were singing. 1 week.
The media, please, just give. So after bending, so yes, after bending the product, it goes to welding, laser welding. We have that good finish laser welding. Then after welding, it goes through a pre-treatment where it's basically treating the metal surface. And then after pre-treatment, it comes to this final stage, which is powder coating. You can see the loaded part at the end there. So the machine is automatic. It has a robotic arm that is able to do automatic powder coating. Then it's after powder coating now, we go to curing. So the product is cured at 200 degrees for around 10 minutes. And that depends with the type of powder that we are using. Yeah. So after curing, of course, now we have a ready product that can be assembled. Yeah. So just a minute, you experience the powder coating process. Yes. the machine has started powder coating, and the robotic arms, as you can see, the powder is being discharged. Now, a good question. So the powder that is extra, or rather that is pouring down, is recycled back. It's recycled back, and at an efficiency of around 99%. So it's reused back again. So there is no wastage. There is no dust also, as you can see, that is leaving out of the chamber. So you are comfortable actually where we are to experience the powder coating machine. Yeah. No. As you can observe, the product is moving at a slow pace, and it will come up to where we are. That is after powder coating. Then it goes to curing at 200 degrees for 10 minutes. Powder coating machine. Just a moment. You can see the laser welding here. So it's not your normal arc welding, it's laser welding.
In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, please get your refreshments. We have sufficient for you. You can still ask for more just to ensure. After this, Pride in, who will be serving us a meal after this. So please stay around and let's enjoy together. Thank you. For those who are in the hall, please settle down now. We are ready to start our next part of the program. Welcome back to our session. I hope you had a wonderful first part of our program. We invite you to settle down so that we get started on the next part of our program. Please settle down so that we get started on the next part of our program. For those who are outside, please make your way in so that we get started. For the team that is at the door, please help me get us back so that we are able to start in the next part of our program. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and please settle down so that we get started. Please settle down so that we get started. I also confirm that we have a very interesting session lined up for you. We will be looking at safer power at 10. We look at 10 years of hard work, resilience, people and partnerships, Africa's opportunity from potential to production. This will be handled by the Deputy Group CEO, that is Pierre Jacobs. He will be handling this session coming up shortly. We will be also inviting back the Group MD and CEO, Bwana Dalmas Mbai, for the strategic address on the safer power, green hydrogen roadmap, and Africa's full potential. A little bit later, we will have our panel. This will be moderated by Mary Ngecho. She will be able to bring us the group of panelists who will be settling us through a conversation on how Africa can align commercial banks, guarantees, pension capital, regulation, technology adoption, media and board leadership to scale green industry. We will also have the privilege of listening to Peter Kangiri, who is the group CEO at QuickMart. one of our strategic partner, a key contributor to the success journey of Safer Power, and a honorable partner and friend over a long time, Stanbic Bank, will be having the presentation by Florence Wanja. Florence will be talking about the beauty of partnerships and how much they have worked with Safer Power in their journey of 10 years and being a strategic partner in the goals beyond into the future. As Kenya will be looking at Vision 2060, I am confident that Stanbic Bank will be looking at Vision 2,100 plus of Safer Power. So Team Stanbic Bank, we will be honored to listen from you and of course celebrate your partnership. If you notice, in my first part of the address, I had mentioned a key partner, and one thing I strategically held back this card because I know when we look at projects and partnerships that go beyond the factory, we look at the touch that comes from Stanbic Bank supporting Safer Power and being a key partner in this beautiful journey. Later on, we will have an opportunity to celebrate a memorandum of understanding ceremony, which we will be able to sign some key memoranda into the future. We will then have a cake cutting ceremony that will lead us to the closing of this session and refreshments as well as a meal to mark this wonderful ceremony. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have drafted your message of congratulations for Safer Power. Only the audience can nominate the winner of this category, and we look forward to great conversations coming through. I now invite us back to settle down before we can get started on our next part. Please come back and let's settle down. I can see some movement at the door. Please find your way back in so that we are able to settle down and get started in our conversation this afternoon. I notice we have people who are standing at the entrance. Please make your way to the seats so that we are able to open a conversation into this program. The protocol team as well as our ushers, you can assist me in getting us back to the hall. I confirm that we've already done the 2 launches and we have successfully rolled out the unveiling and demonstration of the green hydrogen ecosystem, as well as the official commissioning of the 100% green-powered manufacturing facility today. So I invite us to settle down now so that we get started. I think we are ready to begin our next part. Bwana CEO, we welcome you back with your entourage so that we are able to get into the next part of our program. I saw the CEO coming back with the rest of the entourage. Please welcome back and settle down so that we get started in our next part of our program. Control, let's have some music as I get them. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back our guests to the podium and of course into the hall as we get started on our next part of the program. Karibuni sana, we are honored by your presence. We welcome you all back and we look forward to a very wonderful conversation coming up in a short while. So please settle down so that we get started on the next part of our program. I wish to invite the Deputy Group CEO, Pierre Jacobs, to lead us in the next part of our conversation. Pierre, over to you and welcome. Yes, as we... All right, please come in and let's settle down. We have some presentations coming on screen, so we look forward to the conversation coming up shortly. Please settle down. For those who are coming in, please settle down so that we get started. I see we have our near full hall again, and we have our conversation ready. Please settle down now, and we should be able to have our conversation going. All right? Please settle down. Thank you. If your neighbor that you had in the early beginning of the session is back. Please appreciate that neighbor by telling them, welcome back. If you still have the neighbor you had on the previous session, please tell them, welcome back. We are happy to welcome you. I see a majority of us walk in. Please settle down so that we are able to proceed. Control team, I also hope that we have the PA, the presentations ready. Very good. Thank you so much. The thumbs up are on, and I hand it over to you, Pierre, for the next part of the presentation. Microphone over here.
I'm just going to give it 1 minute for the backbenchers to come in, please. Can the events team please help at the back there just to usher people in? Okay, Jumbo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I believe all protocols have been observed. So let's kick off. Sorry guys, just move this back here because I'm going to move and reference the slides, and then there's a video as well, please. Thank you. So we're going to talk about green, sustainable energy in Africa. Why now? Why is it important? Why energy? Then we're going to look at Safer Power's journey over the last 10 years, and I'm going to give you a glimpse into the future of Safer Power, what we're planning, what we're going to do, and I won't steal our beloved CEO's thunder. He will tell you everything about green hydro energy. So next slide, please. So the big red box we have, or block we have, is the execution gap. Now that is the big part that is holding Africa back in terms of delivering on its mandate of giving electricity to its people. Now, if we look at investment, I'm going to move around, sorry, I don't just stand still in one place. If you look at investment, Africa's got 20% of the world's population, only 3% of the global energy investment comes to us because of the execution gap. We've got the opportunity, there's no doubt about that. So if you look at the demand, 38% of Africans do not have access to electricity. That is 600 million people out of 1.6 billion. We are talking not access to electricity or energy. That is not reliable or cheap energy. That is just access. If we look at resources, both from a human resources point of view, as well as a natural resources point of view, we've got the skill, technical ability, experience, and if we look at the continent, what we have, what we've been blessed with in this continent is wind, sun, hydro, and even geothermal resources. So all of that stuff is there. There is opportunity, yet we struggle to deliver. And we're going to go through why and how one can bridge this execution gap. But why is it so important now in particular? It's because of economic development. No country, and Africa, let's face it, is behind the rest of the world. No country can develop economically without having power. No schools, no businesses, no government. Everything struggles without energy. Direct jobs. You're going to see a little later on in the presentation how many jobs throughout this value chain are actually available to people, and especially young people, and I'm going to revisit that because it's been quite a bit of a topic this afternoon around employment for our youth and our ladies in particular. And here's the kicker as well. With green energy, renewable energy, it's got to be cheaper, but the big thing is we need to take it to the people. We can't build like Europe, massive power stations. We, at this point in time, need to leapfrog that, and we need to take decentralized power to our communities across the continent and across Kenya. Those are very, very important things. I just want to come back to Kenya in terms of the demand here. So depending on who you listen to, let's call it there's 58 million people in Kenya. That means at 25%, 14.5 million people, 14.5 million in this country has got no access to electricity. If you look at households, that means 3.6 million households in Kenya has got no access to electricity. Those are huge numbers. So now we go back to opportunity, but it's not about opportunity in business. It's about basics, to give people dignity, to give them a better life. So that's a big part, and that is a part of the purpose of Safer Power. It's not only about the Kenyan shillings, it's about doing a lot more, and I'm going to touch on that a bit more. And next slide, please. So we need to get to bankable projects, right? Because that is what makes the energy flow, it can be generated, and people can actually use it. But you've got to do all these steps, because why can't we get to bankable projects? As the company, first you need to originate the opportunities. You've got business development, you've got sales, now you've got your first set of skills, deep engineering skills to design the right and appropriate solar systems. You've got structure, a commercial arrangement. You need businessmen and women to do that. The third set of skills, you need to secure funding. So you need someone that's got the network and the ability to work the capital markets. Now we're back into procurement. So the entire supply chain needs to be managed. Installation, now you're back to your juniors, skill, experience, knowledge at the junior level and the commissioning at the senior level. And the O&M, big part of why we struggle in Kenya in particular, is it's non-existent. But if you want to have a sustainable market, you want to have people to get to trust renewable energy, you have to have after-sales care. So why is it not working? What is holding us back? Inadequate designs of systems. It's packages, you take it or you leave it. This is the package. It's not designed for you. Substandard, cheap products. I mean, we've seen that over and over. We've seen solar panels that degrade by 32% in 2 years from big corporates. So absolutely shocking quality of products. Unacceptable quality of workmanship, big thing, and I'm going to talk about training. Poor after-sales care, I've touched on that. That all results in below standard projects. If I have a below standard project, our dear friends in the banks and the funds, all equity and debt investors, red flags go up, it's too risky for them, they pull back, and we've made absolutely no progress. So we're back to the execution gap. So everything that is causing a problem to take us forward comes back to that execution gap. The next slide, please. So what do you need to do? It's basically, let's call it 3 or 4 things. You need capable institutions with execution capacity, right? That's number 1. So a capable institution. Strategic partnerships, good capital markets across the board, small, big, medium, that can help you. That gives you the bankable projects that I've spoken about. And now we can go, and now we can bring good, clean, reliable, cheap energy across the country. Just as a matter of interest, so we do all that, we've got successful execution, right? Let's look at Kenya. So currently, there's 300 megawatt captive solar that's been rolled out. That's that was last year, 300 megawatts. Now, the National Energy Compact Plan is for 1,950 megawatts by 2030. That, ladies and gentlemen, gives you a compounded annual growth rate. All that means is every year, until 2030, so effectively for 5 years, we need to grow the production of energy by 82%. 82%. So now, all my banker friends here, all my investment friends here. So if my blue sky says, I'm going to grow Safer Power by 60%, do not pull up your noses, because I'm going to show you the 82% that is available in the market. So let's not forget that, so I don't have fake friends, right, as I've been told earlier today. It's a thing. Okay. So we need to address this execution gap, and I'm going to tell you how Safer Power is going to do exactly that. Now, please, the next slide. Okay, this is us. Our engineers, when they started Safer Power in 2016, what is remarkable, absolutely remarkable about them, they already, back then, had this in mind. Dalmas and Fidel this was never the end goal for them. From day one, the ambition was up here. So it took 10 years of blood, sweat, and tears, and you'll see a video now of this build phase that needed to happen to enable Safer Power to now go up here. So here I say, can Safer Power scale up to deliver? Here I'm telling you, we will, and I'm going to show you why and how we're going to do it. So the SME dust is now completely off our shoes. We are looking at a complete different direction. Okay, so now let's sit back and look at some historical pictures of our team. It's a very short video, but here we go. Just the sound.
Tazama kule, 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 tumetoka. Tazama kule, 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 tumetoka.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to congratulate Engineer Dalmas, Engineer Fidel, for what they've done, the vision they had. You could see yourselves, I mean, and there's lots more to show if you have time. That there in the beginning it wasn't easy. It wasn't simple, but they backed themselves, they had the conviction. And to be fair, these both gentlemen and the people following now behind, there is deep skill and there's deep technical understanding of what they're doing and continuous innovation. Sometimes our beloved CEO does drive us crazy, I will put it out there. With continuous innovation, new things, he challenges us as a leadership team all the time. But we would not want it any other way. So how are we going to tackle that execution gap? Right, we're going to start right at the top, because we can't keep all our clients or customers, treat them and work with them in the same way. So the corporate and infrastructure customers are going through a targeted business development, whilst we separate that where the retail industry, the farms and the SMEs, we're going to service through 60 stores that we're going to roll out through Kenya. So we're going to do that in partnership with Hanshu, and I want to ask Paul and Star over here, if you can quickly stand up, do the twirly or the wave, and at the same time, thank you very much for those 2 beautiful bouquets of flowers that you brought us. Thank you so much for that. I went through all of this. This is what we need to do. So here we go. This is how we're going to target it. Okay? So structured in a very, very targeted manner. And next slide, please. So how are we changing the game? Because we are now, what we've spoken about earlier, we are a capable institution. So why are our customers choosing us? First of all, we optimize the systems. We know how to design the right system, the right ratios between the panels, the BESS, the inverter, etc. You'll be amazed how little or few can actually do that. The packages over here, just coming back to the stores and the retail, that's now already outdated. We have built an app that if you come to us, you tell us exactly which appliances you're using in your house, how long you're using them, daytime, nighttime, then the back engine works out a very specific, a very bespoke system exactly for your needs. We reconcile that back to the bills and your consumption, and then you will have a very bespoke system. So we've gone all the way past the traditional, here's a little box and you can do 2 lights at night. That ship has sailed for us. Our complexity and our sophistication is way beyond that. We only use tier 1 products. You will not catch us with anything but a tier 1 product. High quality workmanship, because we train everybody and we've got quality control processes in place. So if we do something, we will make sure it gets signed off and commissioned by the right and appropriate person. And then the after-sales care, it's critical for our brand, absolutely critical, but it's also for our customers that nothing goes wrong. So we're actually at this point in time forming a complete separate O&M team that operates differently from the build team, and they will look after the customers, especially those ones that opt in, to ensure your system is always running. Execution capacity, can we do it? So here's a kicker. We are currently operating on 25 big sites, so above 100 kilowatt hour peak. Right now, 25 sites at the same time, and I'd like to think we do it very successfully. So yes, we absolutely do have the execution capacity, but I'm going to touch on that a little later as well. Next slide, please. So let's go to our partnerships. This was not built overnight. This was years and years of traveling, money, talking, meetings, discussions, R&D at their premises across the world. You cannot build a world-class company if you don't go and explore what is happening in the rest of the world. We've done that work. This did not fall out of the sky. But if you look at the names here, they are absolutely top notch. So we will not compromise on that. We will only work with the best and learn from them as well at the very same time. The next slide, please. Capable institution, we've ticked that. Can we execute? We've ticked that. Do we have strategic partnerships? Apologies, we've ticked that. That gives us bankable projects. Now we are very, very proud of these clients that we either have done installations for, we are currently doing with, or we are in advanced stages of actually building plants for them. I want to take you back, just a few slides back. Currently in Kenya, the rolled out solar power is 300 megawatts. The next 2 plants that we are going to build is 40 megawatts, just the next 2. That excludes QuickMart, which is a further 18 megawatts. So we are going to go in our next two jobs, our next 2 engagements, our next 2 projects, we're going to do more than 10% what is in the entire Kenya. So I think we need to tap ourselves on the shoulder. That is significant growth. And by the way, so everybody is on AI, right? It's AI. So if I bore you, go onto your AI, ask for the top 10 private companies in Kenya. The top 10 private companies in Kenya, and then you look at our list. You'll be surprised. I doubt there's any other company, and maybe now I'm a bit too aggressive here in my view, my point of view. I doubt there's many companies, apart from the banks and financial services, that work with that many in the top 10 in this country at the same time. So very proud of what we've achieved here. The next slide, please. We need these people, these institutions, we need them. We've ticked all the boxes, but we need long-term, stable capital. That is absolutely critical to help us achieve our successes. Now again, that's about relationship building. But here, what is critical and key here, if you look at Europe and you look at America, why is there so much VC? Why is it so much easier to start a business in America or in Europe than it is in Africa? Because of the execution gap. We as entrepreneurs and businesses, we need to prove to the banks and the investors that we can bridge the execution gap. We need to get them to trust us. That is the key point here. And then I ask the bankers and the investors, then you've got to do what they do in Europe and America. You've got to have a little bit more belief than a tick box, right? To help a company like Safer Power grow, there's got to be a bit of belief and support that is not always fitting into the square tick box. Next slide, please. So Dalmas is going to talk to you, because we've spoken about retail, right? Through the stores with Hanchu, we're going to do our retail thing. We are doing big, large CNI installations. No problem there. Our EPC is running. Our factory is running, right? All those things are going, 100%. Now, what else is in the pipeline? Engineer Dalmas, our CEO, is going to talk about green hydro energy. He loves this. This is the next frontier we're embarking on. I want to stop, however, just a little bit here, because a big part of what we do and what we are going to do is going to demand from us to have people that are skilled, trained, and can execute. So we're going to start the Safer Power Training Academy. We are already in discussions with Kenya College to be one of our partners. There's others as well who is going to join us in this. And there's several components to this training. The first one is, let's start by a student program. So we're going to have a student program where we will give bursaries, we'll give internships, we'll do guest lectures, we will supply dummy equipment in the university lab so the students can actually work on real, live equipment. And at the same time, they and their professors will be at the cutting edge of what is happening in the industry across the world. But it gets better. 50% of everybody that we're going to help has got to be females, right? That is the commitment we make. That was a big thing today. That is one of the commitments that we make. Obviously for us, that opens a rich pipeline to get top talent to come work at Safer Power. It's our responsibility to ensure our culture is such that people want to come and work here. And we are very aware of that. But that's not where the training stops. In the stores, we need to train around about 200 to 250 people to work in the stores. Right? So there's another direct job creation. And again, 50% of those are going to be female. So there's another 100 odd jobs coming through the line, bringing engineers, and this will be shop assistants, but technically trained. Then there's the third part. These are the installers. Because for us at 60 stores to roll out and have people in Eldoret, Kisumu, Ruiri, doesn't matter where, we're going to need teams that will need to go out and come to the store with a customer, pick up the equipment, and go and install it. Those teams are typically 3 to 5. We're going to train up 2,500 of those in the next 12 months. 2,500 is going to be trained up in the regions. And again, we will have a commitment that at least one of the people on that team needs to be female. So I think we're really going to we are making a big commitment to ensure we have diversity and that we give everybody equal opportunities. Waste management is my last point. We want to have a holistic, sustainable company and platform. This is something we are looking at. This is one of the biggest problems in Africa. I mean, the numbers here are startling. 5 million people in Kenya must still go to the bushes to relieve themselves. 5 million. So this market is massive. I've told Engineer Dalmas, people in South Africa are all over me. to get this going, but this is in the background. We'll do it in a responsible manner at the right time. So these are all the things we continue and will look into and continue to develop. The next slide, please. This is our aim, right? If we can achieve this as a collective and as a company in partnership with everybody sitting here in this room, because you're either suppliers or bankers, funders, or customers, then this is our objective, this is our dream, and this will be our contribution to society. And the last slide, please. Thank you very much. This is where Safer Power is working towards, and to take a slogan from a very famous man that was born in Kisumu, Mr. Barack Obama: yes we can, and yes we will. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, Pierre, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation that was well articulated and well presented. We appreciate you. Wow, another round of applause for Pierre for that wonderful presentation. Wow. Hey, that was epic. I have looked at that video with a very keen intention of analyzing what it looks like 10 years before and into the future. I now understand why people speak about, I wish I met you earlier. And I also understand why the CEO was keen to introduce the wife as he started his speech. Because that is a lady who saw a man earlier, believed in the dream and the vision, and now a masterpiece of excellence sits with us here today. And yes, it is possible to touch the world in a big way in 10 years, 20, 50 years to come. Congratulations. And for the team, we laud you. Now, having gotten that, I want to, when I was speaking about the vouchers, I didn't tell you the exact magnitude of these vouchers. So I had to sit down and understand what it means. Remember, I told you to have a message of congratulations to Safer Power. Now, I am getting it better. You will not be reading it. You come and present it as you face the audience, so that we test your creativity and presentation. What does this stand to gain? For number 3, they will get Kadudu Light. What does Kadudu Light do? It actually powers all the lighting at your home, the TV, the fridge, an electric fence, the phone, and all devices that you have charging. It delivers 4.5 to 5.5 kilowatt hours daily, up to 12 hours backup. That is what you stand to win as a number 3. You are curious to know, how about number 2? Number 3, the Kadudu Light goes for 179,000. Even if you don't win it now, you can actually get Kadudu Light today for your home. What does number 2 stand to gain? There is Kadudu Plus. Kadudu Plus is worth 259,000. What does it do? It is able to power fridge and freezers. I don't know whether you know what it means. A fridge and a freezer is able to power all your lighting, all the TV and entertainment units that you have in your house. It is able to cover all the Wi-Fi and CCTV connections at your home, and also use a microwave using that power. It delivers around 9 to 12 kilowatt hours daily, and it has over 24 hours of backup energy. Now, the winner, the ultimate emperor, conqueror, champion, lion, Zobu Zobu, will be going home with the premium residential kit. The premium residential kit is worth 419,000. What does it do? It's able to power large homes, offices, shops, washing machines, air conditioners, power tools. Provides 20 to 25 kilowatt hours daily, and it has up to 36 hours of backup power. One of you is going home with this today. So, ask your neighbor, are you taking the light, the plus, or the premium? What is your neighbor saying? Premium. Munataka power. All right, as we think of our message, now for those who are drafted to come and read, the spanner is in the works. You're presenting it off head. So start cramming. Up next, I wish to welcome back the group's CEO, Bwana Dalmas, to speak about the Safer Power Green Hydrogen Roadmap and Africa's full potential before we delve into our panel. Please help me welcome back Bwana Dalmas. A round of applause as we welcome him to the podium for this wonderful conversation.
Thank you. I know it's already late. I will not take much of your time. I think my allocated time will take half of it so that we spend on time. I know we will be having a great conversation here with great minds on the areas around green hydrogen and investment in Africa. Allow me to, even as I go to my presentation, to be very quick, to call my co-founder, Fidel, here. Fidel, come. Engineer Rooney, please come. I want you to, 1 minute, I want to give you 1 minute to say something that happened when we were launching the company at ECA. He always reminds me. Ben, you can take your seat. Engineer, 1 minute. These are a brother whom we've schooled together, same primary, same secondary, same university, and almost same engineering.
Thank you so much, engineer. Good evening. How are you? You having fun? Thank you so much. Karibuni sana Safer Power. We love you guys. Asante.
You have not said what happened at ECA.
Okay. The reason why sitaki kusema what happened at ECA is because sitaki kumembarrass kidogo. You understand? Eh? I think it was around, if not June, it was around July 2016 at the Big Five restaurant at ECA. It's not ECA Hotel. It was Ole Sereni. We were at Ole Sereni. I think that's the time we had our first meeting to even conceptualize what Safer Power would be doing, even the name searching and all that. Then, I don't know if you know, the wife to the CEO is here. She can also be a witness to that. She opened us with a word of prayer to the meeting. Then now, the closing part of the meeting now, it was the CEO was to pray for us, okay? I think he was so much pumped up with the vision and what Safer Power would be that aliomba mpaka maneno yakaishia katikati. Alafu akasema amina. I think even God was very surprised with what we were planning to do, which is what has transferred us to us we have today, this very particular moment. So it's such an inspiration. And to see all those years and what we have been able to accomplish, Sini Mungu. Thank you so much, CEO.
Thank you, engineer. Thank you, sir, engineer. Thank you. Green hydrogen. I've had a quick conversation with the president of Institute of Engineers of Kenya. And I always find it a very, interesting conversation on the green hydrogen space. Recently, I was with Fidel and Pierre in Switzerland, and we had a good conversation with Cassel. Those who know about, green ammonia, the biggest licensors of green ammonia plants is Cassel, which is based in Switzerland and Italy. They have done, one of the biggest plants, like the Ala plant in Norway and the likes. And The question was, we can see your vision, but how practical is it in Africa? Because when people hear of Africa, they think that we have zero capacity. So in their minds, they don't, they have zero, almost a small percentage for Africa's potential. And we were able to have a good conversation on what and how, as a group, we are looking forward to partnering with the people who have the capacity and bring, these skills, localize it here and make it visible. And but this cannot start from, without having the idea in mind. It cannot actualize without doing it. People fear to fail. And I have to challenge all of us here, especially the Africans and the African companies. We only wait for things to succeed so that we start doing them. Can we start doing them? Can we start investing on new ideas so that we are the pioneers of these new ideas? Now, us as a Sefa Power Group, we are looking at, green hydrogen for ammonia, for power, for green ammonia, for mobility, for industry and research. And very briefly, I'll talk about, the power. I went to Korea. They use it mostly on CHP. So CHP is combined heat and power. Ammonia, mostly in, Asia, China, they use green ammonia mostly to make fertilizers. In Korea again, they have, specifically Korea and Japan, they have trucks that are used, fuel cell powered from green ammonia. And then you're looking at industry, the feedstock. Recently I was talking to one of our big customers. They're actually very keen on our journey because they were saying they want to decarbonize. But, being a heavy industry, they need, better ways of decarbonizing, reducing their carbon footprint. And they were saying if they are able to get this green hydrogen as a feedstock, then it will have a big play, in their final product. Now back to e-mobility. One of the biggest challenges we faced with most of the customers is saying, yeah, we've done solar for us, but still, the products are being brought in by fossil fuels, they're being exported by fossil fuels. So we're looking at, a full circular economy, where you can have your solar plant that generates power, and, have excess, the curtailed power. Instead of curtailing your power, you generate solar, you generate hydrogen, and that hydrogen, you can use it to power back at night, but because of the losses, and that's where most people fear that, the efficiency is very low. Now, with CHP, you are able, especially if you have the need for the use on hot water, you can actually now tap that extra efficiency to hot water. And you're able to, to achieve at least 85% of the hydrogen to power efficiency. Next slide, please. So, as a company, we want to use our platform to build the Power to X portfolio. And I was talking to engineer, allow me to refer because we've had a good conversation. One of the things we've seen with most of the customers is, take an example, QuickMart. So you do a 350 kilowatt peak system. One thing you are sure, during the day, there will be curtailment because you cannot control what customer uses. So what we are looking at in future is we'll be able to give customer value addition on their curtailed energy. And that curtailed energy can, be used to generate hydrogen. And that hydrogen, they can either use it for power at night or combined heat and power. Now for people like agriculture, farms, and I'm glad to see my friend here, Peter Njonjo, who's doing great work in Galana Kulalu. You can actually use that to pump your water, and excess, you can actually use it to make ammonia for your own use. I got to understand that these are not new things actually in Kenya. We already have working projects in Kenya, especially ammonia, one in Naivasha. But the question that we always ask ourselves is, so at what cost was the plant? And that is basically one of the bases of, people saying that green hydrogen is not viable because of the cost. Our localization of system integration lowers these costs. And in the near future, we will make these things viable and visible in this country. Looking at us and what Pierre has talked about across East Africa, because we operate across East Africa, We have over 100 plus megawatts of solar projects. And you have a portfolio of over 500 megawatts. We have 4 subsidiaries that all are complementing and supplementing each other. And you're looking at a one locally accountable system integrator for the green ammonia and green hydrogen. Next. So, people talk about power to X ecosystem. But the question basically starts from, that energy carrier, the hydrogen, that you break water to get hydrogen and oxygen. So you're looking at, having and this is basically the system. So you have the renewable energy, solar, wind, and BESS. Then, the water systems, those who are outside there, we've been able to showcase the electrolyzer. Are you able to break water to hydrogen and oxygen through electrolysis? Then, we have the conditioning, the transport, the end use. But now, the recovered loop, especially in the efficiency discussion. People have always been saying you're losing 55% when you convert. Now, we're coming back now to all these other value additions, to all that supply chain. So we have the oxygen that actually can be refined and be used in other uses. We have heat, and that's where we're talking about the CHP, combined heat and power. So you can recover that heat and use it in other forms and improve the overall efficiency. We have, the cooling, we have the water, especially when you're converting back to power. The fuel cell basically gives you power and water as our waste. And then, of course, the issues of the data. And one of the biggest issues on the data is actually the decarbonization. Because we all know that data centers are within the town centers. And they are massive consumers of power. So we are looking forward as some of these costs come down, especially for the electrolyzers. Then data centers will be able actually to decarbonize to a bigger percentage. Next. So, for us is, we design the system before sizing the electrolyzer. Because electrolyzer comes in, especially with our phase 1 as a final product, as utilization of the curtailed energy. So, and then we are looking at, the issues like resources, water, electrolyzer, and balance of plant. And that is why we had Schneider here. Because for this project, and for us to succeed in this system, we need good OEMs, like Schneider Electric and Siemens, for the other balance of plant. Remember, green hydrogen, what we are getting from, like us as a system integrator, we are getting electrolyzer from Enapta, we are getting fuel cell maybe from Intelligent Energy UK or other OEMs, but then there's a big balance of the balance of plant that actually makes it safe and good to use. So we need such, partnerships for us to have it successful. So, next. So, we want to match the carrier to distance, scale, and end use. Because one of the biggest questions always is if, we are even to import this green ammonia where it is produced in other counties or countries, there's an issue of distance. But the use is here. Use is here. We are on the receiving end. So what we want to look at is, we want to match that distance, scale, and the end use. And, we are looking at the on-site localization, then you're looking at the regional, then you're looking at the port and export, and the global product. So we're looking at, the hydrogen molecule, we're looking at the compressed hydrogen, the green ammonia, and methanol, e-fuels. And recently I saw in Germany, they actually have what they call sustainable e-fuels, if I remember it very well. And they were actually saying it's renewable non-biofuels. Basically mode of fuel that is not fossil. So we're looking at all that from the green hydrogen as we go on and go on. Next. So we want to use every output to strengthen the project economics. The economists who are here know that every project must make financial and economic sense. And we are looking at, the electricity, our green hydrogen circular value. So as I said, electricity, ammonia, mobility, cooling, oxygen and water. We're also looking at skills and jobs. We are also looking at carbon and data. People are making big opportunities on the carbon and data. But the country right now is saturated on solar. So we need a new conversation. What is it that we can use to acquire all these carbon credits post-solar? Not just a solar system. So green hydrogen becomes the conversation. And then, of course, heat and steam and electricity. Next. So as I said, as a group, we are looking at low-cost renewable power that can actually become an industrial and export advantage. And I talked about, the low cost of EPC in the country, low cost of land as compared to other regions of the world. So we're looking at, the renewable energy source that we already have, and especially in Africa, high solar irradiance and complementary wind in selected areas. I went to some of the coastal region, so much wind that we can actually tap into that. Land and scale, the lower cost of, especially coastal region. Bwana Jonjo here will tell you, Galana Kulalo has massive land that is just idle. Lamu, we have a big land, Lapset, that is just idle next to the port that is actually very prime for large-scale green ammonia projects. But these projects have to start from such conversations so that we create awareness to the relevant authorities and relevant people. And then, of course, the domestic demand. Africa will do a lot of farming. So any investor willing to partner with us, any financial, we already have a market. And then, of course, the ports and corridor. Kenya is not a landlocked country. We can generate as much as possible and export to the other parts of the world. And then the other thing that is very important is the local capacity. Local capacity makes everything visible. Next. So, look at what is happening in the market across the world. Egypt to Rotterdam. These are figures you can verify. 397 million tender for green ammonia. Africa, Germany, Netherlands, dedicated Africa lot under H2 Global Tender 2 for renewable energy. 587 million euro. Canada, Germany, 300 million. EU procurement signal, 2.2 billion euro. Singapore, Australia. Where is Africa? Where is Africa in this conversation? It is there, but how visible is it at this point? We need to have, and I'll be looking at the panel, trying to understand some of this issue. So we need to create partnerships, we need to create capacity that is able, to come up with bankable projects that we can sell in the other parts of the world. Next. Yeah, so as I've said, global tenders can turn renewable advantage into export-ready industry. Every investor always asks about the offtake. So once we have this, then we're looking at the aggregate scale. We're looking at certify early, like we've started doing now. We need to start the certification processes, understand green hydrogen is a rigorous certification process. We have already started. I've seen an engineer from SGS. I don't know whether he has left. He can confirm that we've already started that conversation with relevant bodies. And then secure off-takers. And as I've said, one of the off-takes is feedstock for the industries, farming for green ammonia, and others. And then design logistics. You cannot just come up with a project. We're looking at to select a carrier, terminal, storage, and delivery point before the final product sizing. As you all know, specific hydrogen is highly hazardous, it is colorless, it is odorless, and highly flammable. So there are danger there. Then localized value. We need to manufacture a balance of plant and build Africa operations, maintenance, and research. Next. Now, this is the engineers in the house. I'm sure this sounds now very well on the curtailment. This is basically what happens with most of our plants. So you have, from 7 in the morning to 6. We always have an issue. There is no way possible that you can design a solar system that maximizes the solar potential and consumes 100% solar. It is not possible. Because you see, the load is, you cannot control the load operations from January to January, unless you're just putting a solar system for one machine that has a standard load capacity. So there's always this issue of this loss. And most of the people, and also the financial modelers, they're looking at curtailing between 5 to maximum 15%. But if you look at big projects, that 15% is a lot of investment. So this is an opportunity for the green hydrogen that you can actually, and that's why we're looking at starting slow and, coming up with integrated systems that can use curtailed energy to add value to your other installations. Next. And lower import, this is our capacity, so we are doing everything here. You've seen the laser cutting, you're looking at the powder coating, CNC bending, assembly, laser welding, and finishing handlings. You realize that, and you've seen this. If you look at the cost of some of these installed components, take an example, even switchboard. If you take out the key components, the breakers, if you're importing, the balance of the system is about 40%. These are the enclosures, the cable wiring, the labor, the controls, and all that. That is what we'll be doing here locally. And with that, we'll be able to reduce some of these costs in a big way. Next. So we are moving from an EPC contractor, what Pierre has shown here, to a manufacturing-led system integrator. I know the biggest question today, everybody, especially those who have not been here today, they'll be asking, so what is that proof of concept that we've shown? We have shown the proof of concept that we're able to integrate systems, green hydrogen systems, locally. We just need to buy components from a NAPTA, components from intelligent energy, and then we do all the balance of plant here locally. And that is basically the capacity that we've shown today. Next. And this is the group that will do that. So we have Save Energy Solutions. One of the biggest questions has been on O&M. That is the company that does handling of saver assets, the solar assets. We have the saver industry, what we've just launched today for the local capacity and local integration. We have saver electrical markets for the design, for distribution of the components. And that helps us reduce the cost on the core components because we buy directly from manufacturers. And then Saver Power Limited, the legend EPC that has been in existing. Next. So this is where we are starting. The industrial CHP, the green ammonia, the mobility, logistics, and smart cities and R&D, all from that factory that we've seen. And it is doable. Next. Yes, we have not just woken up and thought of these things. We've walked the journey with the team. We've visited, we've seen, we've touched, and we've challenged ourselves. So this is the first photo when I was at NAPTA. But then I also have to appreciate Mary Ngechu. Mary, the first, whenever Mary sees something good for me, she calls me. And I remember the very first time, even before we went with my friend Matembe to Germany, Mary Ngechu called me and told me, Dalmas, I want you to meet a gentleman called Ruben from NAPTA. Unfortunately, we found the guy had just left the country. So Mary, thank you. You are the one who basically gave us the idea of what hydrogen and NAPTA is. So I went, filled the electrolyzer itself. Then from there, we visited a company. This is one of the research companies in Germany called Water Electrolyzer Works. And then we went also to the ammonia experts, Kassel. So these are the global gurus. They have done the biggest ammonia plants. They also do conversion of gray plants to green ammonia. Next. I'm hoping. Next. Yeah, so this is the roadmap. So from today, which is 2026 to 2027, we will do the prove and localize. So we'll have a full, working solution here. The 2028 to 2030, we will commercialize. So we are looking at the first anchor cluster in CHP, which will be signing an MOU today. We are looking at, ammonia. We're also looking at mobility. There's already a company that we are discussing that they are planning to convert their trucks to e-trucks. Then we are looking at institutions and bankable special purpose vehicles for these projects. 2031 to 2033, we are looking at scaling regionally. We are looking at replicable modules, corridors, regionals, and higher local content. 2034 to 2036, we are looking at African platform, multi-country portfolio, export links derivatives, training, and life cycle network. And that is our roadmap. Thank you. And please allow me to recognize my member of parliament. She's in the house, Honorable Edith Nyenze. Wow. We are honored to be here. MC, if you allow me, I got a request.
Yes.
I know we are getting to the panel. Senator Mandago wants to leave. Please
right.
allow me to call my friend, my great friend, Honorable Mandago, to give his remarks so that we allow him to leave. We all agree he has been with us for a very long time.
Super
and
long.
we really appreciate.
A round of applause for Bwana Senator as he comes and makes his remarks. Karibu sana Bwana Senator.
Thank you very much. I have to leave because, we have a new curriculum of education. And CPC, you must be present. So first, the CEO, the founders of Safe Power Group, partners and friends, good evening. And Mheshimiwa Nyenze, let me take this opportunity to actually congratulate this group in their 10 years and the journey they have worked in this area of green energy. My first interaction with Mbai was through a friend, a common friend called Limo, and I think he's somewhere around here. And when I came, Mbai was trying to explain to me green power, hydrogen, and how it can generate power. But I think what got my attention is the part of ammonia, because, I'm partially a farmer. And I developed interest in that sector because it is one of the areas that have given us, as a country, problems for a very long time. Whether fertilizer is coming on time, whether it is the right quality, whether it is in the right quantity. And I thought and I said, this team seems to have a solution that can be grown locally here, done here in Kenya, and we can have our products on time. And when it came to the part of the energy sector, I actually discovered that as a continent and as a country, we can make progress in terms of having sufficient power if we can tap into such potential and support. And I'm happy to say that I've read a few of the policies in the energy sector, and green hydrogen is actually part of the works in government, and the first policy and agreement was actually signed in 2023. And therefore, I want to assure Mbai and his team that they have a government support. Earlier on, my friend, Honorable Stephen Kalonzo had said, we are worried. And I want to say, you really don't have to worry. For as long as you don't put all these things in your heart, you'll be okay. So we want to congratulate you for this great innovation. And I know you are going to be a pioneer. Yes, there are some works on the issue of green energy, the use of hydrogen, and so forth in the energy sector already in the country. But I think what distinguishes this team is the element of research, the clear path. And I think Mbai has really demonstrated where they are, how they want to move. And I was just wondering, Mbai, why did you stop at 2036? You should have gone to 2060. So that we are aligned. And it is very, very clear. But one fundamental thing, and I'm happy that the bankers are here, and there are many financial institutions and investors are here. And I would say one of the biggest challenges that this group and other entrepreneurs have in this country is our financial systems and ourselves believing in them. If you look at this plant that we've just done a tour today, it is a world-class plant. It is actually producing to the world standards. And you've seen the partners they have. But I can tell you, there will be a number of Kenyans sitting somewhere doing procurement, and they will not be comfortable to procure the same product they are going to procure elsewhere that is being manufactured here in the river of the same world-class standard because of perception and because sometimes of failing to believe in ourselves. I think it is time, as a country, we give priority to locally led solutions that are being developed here in the country. And I want to assure you, Mbai, I'll be one of your supporters. I've seen the boxes you are manufacturing here and the things. And Mheshimiwa is here. One of the things we should do now is to say locally manufactured products must be given preference in procurement, in government, because government is the largest consumer and you know, buyer of most of the goods. And when I looked at this product, I just thought about the affordable housing project the government is doing, and how many switch boxes will be required in the close to 200,000 housing units. And if the cost of that component, 40%, can be spent locally here, then our economy will be strong and we shall have more resources. You know, sometimes, I'm not an economist, but I'm a competent-based economist. You know, when the things change, you must also align yourself. I was telling Donna there, when we were looking at the plan there, and he was asking me, why are you not in front for the picture? And so I told him, my friend, know your place. Pale mbele ni engineers, people who understand hydrogen and so forth. Wale tutafunzwa baadaye, you step a little bit. And when I looked at that, I was asking myself, why have we taken so long, you know, to discover that there are people who are doing this kind of work in this country? It is because we don't pay attention to what they do. But I want to thank you because there's a component you have added into this enterprise, the aspect of training, the aspect of bringing in young engineers and technicians so that they can grow with the project, and with time, we shall also have sufficient local capacity for us to be able to scale up and even expand into the region. And that is the only way we are going to retain the resources in the country. I know sometimes Kenyans ask that we've taken a lot of debts. We are not feeling the effect on the economy. There's a lot of infrastructure that is happening. Let me tell you what is happening. And I tell you because I've been in public service as a junior person who runs around with files. So you have opportunity to read a few memos here and there and so forth. This is what has been happening. We've been borrowing to invest in infrastructure. But the people delivering that infrastructure are not local companies. So what is going to happen? We shall take a 1 trillion loan, we bring it to the country, we build whatever we are building. Out of the 1 trillion, probably what will remain in this country is 5%. That will go towards the cost of labor and some little raw materials that are available. You can imagine if 40% of that 1 trillion would be remaining in the country, the effect and the impact it would have. So the only way for us to be able to go to that direction is to support such innovative enterprises. And I want to commit, Wanambai, that I will deliver the CS for energy to this plant, including the CEO of REREC, because people must visit and see that it is being done here. So that when people have conversations, especially in matters relating to policy, then they must always have in mind that we have local capacity to handle some of these things. So I want to congratulate you and your team for the work you have done. And of course, your 001 technician, I must say that guy is the biggest asset you have. He has the institutional memory, of this institution, all the designs. Those are the fellows that we call walking encyclopedia of institutions. They don't need anything written. They have everything in their mind. So please take care of that, that gentleman. He has been consistent, and he believed in the dream. So I want to end there and say, congratulations, you have our support. We shall continue supporting these initiatives. And I want to say, where required in terms of policy change and legislation. And I want to encourage you, the business enterprises, the professionals who are in the house. You know, Parliament is a small arm of government. It has the least population in terms of the human resource that is there. I think we have about 390 members of Parliament, and we have 65 senators. Something less than 500, you know? But we have over 50 million Kenyans. But those around 400, 500 people are making decisions that have lasting impact and effects, you know, in the way things are happening in the country. I also want to encourage professionals, business enterprises. It's good to have friends in that area, so that when you also have ideas, you have people who can sell, you know, people who can, when there is policy development, they also have a bit of understanding. And it is good, you can also invite the Committee for Energy, so that when they are passing, especially things to do with renewable energy taxes, incentives, and whatever is required to make this upscaling possible, they must do it from position of knowledge and from position of knowing that it is actually being done here in Kenya and here in Athi River. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you. I've met my friends here from the engineers, the Institution of Engineers Board of Kenya. We shall have a conversation. You know, there are so many things that are happening in the country. You are doing very well, but you are not doing very well in South Sea of recent past. You know what I mean. But all partners, we want to thank you and encourage and ask that we continue supporting these local enterprises that are going to take us forward. And for my friend, I remember that photo, but I didn't know the effect. So you can take one, just in case things have gone back to factory settings.
Yeah.
And you'll be safe with safe power. Asanteni sana and God bless you.
Asante sana. Wait, photographer, please come. We need this one because the lady left. All right. I think Bwana Manda gokuja tu sasa juu amefika. Shika hii ndio nisika hii nilikuwa MC. All right, thank you very much. He's a keen guy to ensure that my vision 2060 remains undeterred. Ladies and gentlemen, I promised you earlier that I will be awarding winners. If you believe your speech can win, raise your hand. Come. Just come, yes. I've seen one hand. Which other speech do you think can win? If your speech can win, yes, come. I want us to hand the nini sawa sahi to Sindio, so that we just get into the panel conversation and wind this up. There is a second hand that came there. Who else? Yes. If you believe your speech is likely to win, come. Remember, you have 2 minutes to pass a congratulatory message to Safer Power on their 10 years. And yes, once you are voted as the best speech in the audience, we will be ready to award you as we head into the panel. Okay, how many speakers? Oh, you believe yours is also good? Please come. Please come. I want all the participants here so that we don't start imagining yours is better because the other one doesn't sound better. I want only the confident winners. Remember, I will have 3 winners. One will take the Kadudu, her light of 179,000. The next one is likely to take a Kadudu plus of 259,000, and one will take a premier voucher of 419,000. Is there anyone I'm closing out? Is there anyone that I'm leaving out? All right. Those ones are the ones. Now, before I give you your opportunity, I want you to organize your thoughts as I welcome the chair of the National Irrigation Authority, Engineer Gilbert. Please make your way forward and proceed with your remarks as we set up for our panel conversation coming up right after this. Please welcome. Karibu sana.
Good evening, everyone. Engineer Gilbert Maluki, my name. I just want to appreciate and congratulate my brother Mbai for taking this wonderful step. You can dream, and you don't actualize your dream. I just want to share briefly how I met this guy. I'm quite invisible person, and I rarely go to one church. So I walked into their church just to pray. And then I was sitting somewhere behind. Then this gentleman was leading the service. Then he recognized me, then he called me in front to say a word. I never knew whether it means something. Out of the service, we met outside, and then he asked me about Galana Kulalo. And Galana Kulalo is a success story. And then we had a conversation. Luckily, I have a brother of mine called Jonjo. You can just stand a little bit. Jonjo is the brain behind Galana Kulalo. You can just face the people to see. This is one of our projects with His Excellency. After I got the appointment of National Irrigation Authority, His Excellency and the team, we decided to make sure Galana works. And therefore, me and Jonjo withdrew our hearts into the game. We had a very serious challenge of power because we were consuming around 52 million Kenya shillings a month to pump water. And that is where the conversation started. Immediately, I booked a meeting with Jonjo in the evening from the church. And I can authoritatively tell you we were able to advance the discussion. Because I believed in this guy, and Jonjo believed in this guy. So there's a high chances of you may have a dream, but people don't believe in you, just the way Magdago said. So Jonjo, we want to appreciate you for believing in Mbai. Secondly, I saw a lot of great potential in this business of ammonia. Jonjo, and in collaboration with the National Irrigation Authority, we are supposed to be turning around 273,000 acres in Galana Kulalo in 2 to 3 years' time. So that's a ready market for ammonia for fertilizer. In Mbura, we have already done the gravity water, and we have signed up serious players in the farm, and we are going to turn around 170,000 acres into production. So me, I'm seeing big potential. I'm seeing your dream being a reality. So it's the high time the bankers who are here to believe in his dream. Because just the way the pastor said, the harvest is huge, but the laborers are few. So John, my good friend, the market is huge. Dream and actualize the dream with my good engineer, Maundo. From where I sit, because now I'm serving my second term, and the second term is the reality. So I'm trying to tell you, since we are in this space, we are going to help you manage your scale to great height. May God bless you. I was just leaving for another meeting somewhere. May God bless you. We shall support you, and I know I do. May God bless Safer Power.
Asante sana, Bwana Engineer. We appreciate you and sincerely say thank you for those kind remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 contestants. The 9 contestants, so that I don't look like I have any preference, I'm going to write their names down in a paper, and I will just scramble them. Then my tables, my 2, 3 tables right here, you will be picking at random. The person you pick comes and presents the message. And then we will be left with the audience to vote for the best 3 speakers. Are we good? For now, I wish to invite and bring us. Remember, I insist that those speeches are not written so that you do them off-head and bring them authentically. Also, as I was starting this session, I had a special mention for Stanbic Bank. Now, I earlier on talked about a partner who funded the factory. Then there are the projects that come beyond the factory. And one of the key partners of Safer Power is Stanbic Bank. And I can confirm Stanbic Bank, do we have the representation in the room? Of course, led by Florence Wanja, who's here. Florence, yes, we see you. Please rise together with your team from Stanbic Bank. The team from Stanbic Bank, we see you. A big round of applause for Stanbic Bank. We celebrate you. We appreciate your partnership. And we don't forget you. You know, the beauty of it is that we remember from the factory to the journey and walking with us to the many years to come. We look forward to do it together with you. We appreciate Team Stanbic Bank. Now, having said that, I want to get us to the panel. This will be moderated by one of the very best people I've met in terms of stature and presence. She is beauty and brains personified, and a person whose excellence is depicted by the way she speaks, interacts, and communicates. I could say that if I was to meet somebody for the second time and feel the first impression was still good, I will still choose Mary Ngechu. Please give me a round of applause as we welcome Mary Ngechu to moderate our panel this afternoon, this evening. Karibu sana Mary. We look forward to a great session with you, and we are excited to see what you have for us. Karibu.
So thank you. Did you just say that I could have been in the next future? In the near future. So thank you. We are going to change things a bit because of time, so that we don't take so much time. And I will ask my panelists to come on stage. Please come on stage. I will not introduce you because I'll expect that you're going to introduce yourself. Engineer Sang, please come on stage. Eric from SBM, my friend Eric. I have Christopher, please come on stage. And the chair of Safer Power, Engineer Samson, please join us on stage. And there is a gentleman called Brian Tahinduka. Come on stage. And we have Engineer Harrison from the Institute of Engineers of Kenya. Join me on stage. I'm very unhappy because I don't see ladies on stage. I'm actually tempted to ambush one of them and ask them to come. And because I see the lady from Stanbic Bank here, please come and give me some warmth. I will not ask you questions, but be with me. It will be unfair that I'm on stage alone. Do we have a seat? Yes, we do. I'm looking at you. Florence is you. You're Florence? Please join me. Yes, you'll come. This is just sitting with me for warmth. Please, Carol. Ladies, yeah, please come and sit here in the middle. Please do come. You have no choice but to come. She has nominated. Thank you. Africa potential is not a question. Safer Power Group is our showcase today. We have the people, we have the natural resources, renewable energy, growing markets, and entrepreneurial talent. The real question is, how are we converting these potentials into bankable, investable, and scalable opportunities? That requires institutions to work together. That is capital, regulations, technology, leadership, and trust. Today, the panel we have today hope we can move beyond talking about Africa potential and focus on what must align, what must change, and what each one of us can do to unlock it at our own personal capacity. That is what we are going to be talking about. And because I have one of the panelists who needs to leave in a short while, I will do a model that I will ask each panelist to do one question. You speak, and for those who then have to leave, they will leave. But after that, we'll just have an interaction as a panel that we can be able to talk together. So, Christopher, I'll ask that you introduce yourself, you introduce your institution, and you're going to tell us, from a risk perspective, and the perception, it continues to increase the cost of capital for Africa projects. What risk and are preventing capital from flowing? And how can guarantors organization assist to de-risk the instruments that are used for private capital into the green industry?
Thank you very much, Mary. That's a very big question. But my name is Chris Olobo, and I am the CEO of a company called Damana Guarantee Company. As the name says, we're a guarantee company, and our job is to bridge the gap between the money and those that need the money, like Safer Power. And I can tell you, in Kenya, we have roughly 15 trillion shillings sitting with the banks here, with the pension funds, but that money is not going to the opportunity that engineer has identified, okay? So the problem is not money, but I think the problem is that barrier between the money and what engineer is trying to put forward. So in Kenya, we have the resources, we have renewable resources, we have entrepreneurs like Fidel, like yourself, we have a growing market, but we don't have the scale. And that's where the guarantee products need to come in. So, Mary, you talked about perception of risk and actual risk. If I ask engineer, what is the risk that bankers are telling you, right? And there are so many risks, but the truth is, the bankers are pricing you for uncertainty. And that uncertainty is because they don't have the right information, they have regulatory issues, and our job as a guarantee company is to reallocate that perception, okay? Our company is very highly rated, we have significant sums of money, and we can then take the risk on entities like Safer Power. And that is what we're going to do, okay? So, Mary, you asked about the kind of risks, and I'll tell you, and I'm going to focus on the green, okay? So, to my mind, the biggest risk engineer is going to be a first-in-kind technology. So nobody is keen to finance a first-in-kind. You've showed us a proof of concept, which is good, but are we going to take the risk? The banks may not take the risk, but we will take the risk to enable the banks to do that. So the first risk is that, proof of concept. Then we have construction period. I don't know how long it takes to build the hydrogen plants. Who's going to take that risk? The bigger risk as well is on revenue and offtake. Okay, so you can put up everything, but what does your offtake look like? Okay, now when we bring our guarantee, what do? It's to help the banks. Okay, so we help the banks to reduce on their on their expected loss. We help the banks to extend tenure because your project needs maybe 10 years, 15 years, or 20-year money, right? So we help the banks to extend that tenure, and of course we help them to improve pricing. So Mary, as a guarantee company, our job is to sit between those that have money and those that need the money, and we reallocate the risk. So as Safer Power is doing all the lovely projects you've seen, all the green hydrogen, our role will be to enable capital to flow. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Christopher. And I'll let you go because you had talked to me earlier. And my next question will be to the bankers. We have been told that the money can de-risk. My question would be to you, Eric. And we have seen companies still struggling to close the financial gap. From a commercial banker perspective, what specifically needs to change to move Africa green enterprises and infrastructure from promising opportunity to projects that banks can actually finance at scale?
Okay, thank you, Mary. By way of introduction, my name is Eric Wambua. I'm the Director, Corporate and Commercial Banking at SBM, State Bank of Mauritius, the official financing partner for Safer Power. So, I'm glad I'm speaking after my good friend Chris, and therein is the first challenge that banks are seeing. So, most of the times, banks become the punching bag, and rightfully so, because of the way we look at the transactions that we have. Yes, I would agree that the conventional way that we look at transactions might have been an impediment why we are not able to penetrate into the green space. But thank God for opportunities to interact with people like Damana and the rest of the bodies that can give guarantees. Then we're able to structure it in a very special way. So a good example is how we looked at Safer Power, because for us it's something that I really like saying, follow the money. Are you able to see beyond what is being done by the engineers? Where is the money? If there's a commercial transaction behind the money, then we can always find a way of structuring it. Of course, guarantees from the likes of the MANA make it easier for us, because then we have a regulator to deal with, which probably at times we have constraints. So it's very much welcome to be assured that we can work, collaborate to give longer tenors, more comfortable structures that allow for bullet payments as opposed to what we are used to on a monthly EMI. So that is one of the challenges that I would say banks have, but thank God for the guarantee entities that we can collaborate with, AV Ventures, the MANA, and the rest. Something else that we're alluded to is making the projects bankable. So it's one thing to have a very good Rolls Royce, I would say, but we need to think about how we're going to fuel this Rolls Royce. And for me, let's look at supporting the entrepreneurs, come up with, because they're very good ideas. When I look at what Dalmas has presented, it's the future, it's where we want to be. So the role of us as banks is to make sure that we sit with such entrepreneurs, structure their good thoughts into bankable projects, and then with the collaboration that I'm talking about, then we definitely will get somewhere. Thank you, Mary.
So thank you, Eric. And I'll now come to you, Engineer Sang. You'll introduce yourself and your institution. But then I'll also want you to answer and help us to understand that Africa has no shortage of pilots that are promising technologies. We have just seen today that Safer Power, what Safer Power has been able to do. But the challenge is often moving from pilots to commercial scale. From concert experience as an implementing an environment head, what needs to come together for an emerging technology to move from demonstration to adaptation and ultimately to scale?
Good evening all. My name is Engineer Anthony Sang. I'm the Chief Manager Construction Operations Management at Konza Technopolis. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be part and parcel of this panel. Now, straight to your question about scalability. Konza Technopolis is the first smart city that has been built in Kenya. And as a new city, it's a green city by design. Now, one of the tenets of the infrastructure that we've done at Konza is green certification for both the buildings, the infrastructure, and all investors who come and invest within that city are expected to go green. Now, herein lies the opportunity. Konza is very unique in the sense that, one, in terms of our power connectivity, we are connected all the way to Olkaria with one of the largest substations, a 400, 132, 66 kV substation that was done by Ketraco. Now, where does all this fit into this discussion of sustainability, green energy? Konza, as it's known, is not only just a smart city, but is also known as an area of innovation, and more importantly, an area where we are able to deploy technologies that are green in nature. And therein lies the opportunity. We're very happy that one of the projects Safer Power has done, which is the Kenya East, they were able to do solar for that, our first university that is at Konza, a graduate-only university. But more importantly, in terms of the kind of infrastructure that we've done, we have our own power distribution network. And one of the key technologies we're looking at is EVs, hydrogen, and more importantly, having a smart grid. And why is it very important to this conversation? Is because we as an institution have created a platform at city scale to enable entrepreneurs, innovators, as one of our core tenets of innovation, to come and to deploy, test, and to do their proof of concepts. We have quite a number of partners in various fields in the ICT sector, and therefore, as a city, some of these technologies that we're looking at, we have a dedicated BRT area whereby we're looking at EV, autonomous vehicles, all looking for entrepreneurs who can come and test their technologies at a city scale. And so, as a city, I'd like to say that we've got the ready infrastructure, and for all of us who have not had a chance to visit Konza, this is a very good opportunity to get to see the kind of infrastructure that is sustainable, that is circular in all systems, whether it be energy, whether it is water and wastewater reclamation, whether it's in solid waste handling. All the technologies using our, whether it's in ICT and IoT, that city scale opportunity exists for inventors, innovators, and entrepreneurs. And so, Safer Power, we're looking forward to working together to see what we can do in this space. And any other entrepreneur or any investor in that space, karibuni sana Konza. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer, and we promise you we are coming to Konza. I remember one time I had a date with you, I didn't come, but this time we are going to have another date. And speaking of technologies, I want to come to you, Brian. What is the role of renewable energy, strategic infrastructure, and private investment in positioning Africa industry transformation?
Thank you very much. Very good evening. My name is Brian Tahinduka. I look after energy, infrastructure, and mining for Standard Bank, covering our 14 countries, and Kenya being one of the pivotal countries in our coverage. So I think let me start with bringing up the problem statement. Africa's energy challenge has been described as the need or the urgency to build generation, transmission, and distribution together all at once. And what we're seeing across East Africa is what Safer Power is demonstrating, where you have transformational, small in scale, more distributed, and potentially just important clustered systems, where you have C&I coming into play, the commercial industrial space. And as governments, as private sector entities like Stanbic, Safer Power, and other industries think about sustainability, think about reducing energy, reducing on their carbon emission targets, then decentralized systems come into play. So when you think about energy, when you think about infrastructure, and you bring it on top of Africa, it is important for us to unbundle it to understand what has been the trend or the tradition, and what are we seeing now coming into the new trend. And Pierre spoke about, gave us some statistics. 38% of people in Africa don't have access to power. We can bring the number alive. We're talking about over 500 million people. So just 38 sounds a small percentage. Over 500 million people have no access to power. So when you think about infrastructure and energy infrastructure, the decentralized part of it is very key, because it means when you're looking at the grid extensions and far off grid populations, you're able to reach them at scale and service them with a much needed infrastructure. Over a period of time, we've seen technology innovation that has brought the price of a kilowatt of power much lower, and we're seeing more inventions and innovations come through. We've seen panels and battery technology prices come down, which is driving affordability. And then the message here on each of the speakers has been centered around partnerships. Before, you would have manufacturers working and innovating alone. You will have EPCs and installers working independently and working alone. And then you have the consumers also thinking on their own. Then we have bankers who come at the tail end, where you have an EPC, you have a need, an EP sizes the system, you go to the OEM, get a quotation. By the time you come to us, we're just reading stars because we don't understand what you're trying to achieve. Now the role and the power partnerships, we sit together, we work together. As businesses think about projects, we work together towards financial close. And we've seen this play with Safer Power on projects we've partnered with, whereby from inception, from design, we think about how well we'll execute. Of course, you can't leave the public sector. The public sector is the boss. Licensing, approvals, everything required. So then it brings in the interplay between private and public sector at a collaborative level, whereby each one plays their critical role on each of the facets of the infrastructure financing required. And then lastly, we come at the bottom as financiers. We are the last in the pool, but we are the key. Bankability of projects, when there is collaboration between private and public sector, and we have a full end-to-end bankable project, then we come in and we're able to underwrite. On our side of financing, we also have an ecosystem where we work with multiple lenders to do club deals, where we work with de-risking instrument providers like Chris with Damana Guarantee, where we join together and put together a bankable transaction. But you can see that even if Safer Power thought of a solution without involving us, when finally they come to our side, then you find that there's a broken telephone. So for me, my last comment could be for us to fully develop the much needed energy infrastructure in Africa. All the partners need to speak together. We need to think together. Like now, the invention around hydrogen and what is coming into the market. There are so many off-takers that we need this solution, but then for them to be bankable, we need to understand it and unpack it on our side so that we are able to speak the same language as Safer Power. So in summary, that I would say partnerships are the key in what we do. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Brian. And then I come to you, Engineer Harrison. As Africa looks into turning green potential into real industries and infrastructure, what role should the engineers play in making sure we develop solutions that we can be able to adapt, to scale, localize them as Africa? What are the risks also that we see in such scenarios?
Thank you, Madam MC. My name is Engineer Harrison Keter. I'm the President of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. Aside from that, I'm also the Regional Power Generation Manager working for KenGen, and I'm in charge of the Eastern region, which is basically where we have hydropower, the Masingas, the Kamburus, the Kiamberes, the Gitaru, the Apatana, and presently we are doing a 42.5 megawatts solar project. And I'm really thrilled to be here in two fronts. One, because we're talking about power and energy, which is my forte. And two, because I'm here to celebrate a fellow engineer, doing what exactly engineers should be doing. And that brings me to the question that was asked about risk. the question and risk was answered from a financial perspective. Now, let me do it from a technical perspective. The biggest risk we have in development and developing these systems is in the leadership for Africa. Because the leadership affects or determines the mindset. I have seen from time to time professionals who are not experts in engineering leading engineering. That is the biggest risk for me. What that basically does is if someone goes out to interact with manufacturers, to interact with technology and engineering systems, they only interact from a point of view of consumer. You know you are a consumer at the time of buying, at the time of using, and for the end of your life. That is the biggest risk for me. And that brings me to the role of the engineers. And I will go no further than demonstrating by the function we are holding today. Safer power is safe in this area of solar energy and the new frontier they are going of hydrogen, because the leaders are experts in that space. When they interact with their colleagues from the first world who are manufacturing and all that, they think from the point of how can I do this back at home? And an engineer, I really want to thank you and the whole of your team for this initiative, because this is what we need to do. Engineers will do the designs, engineers will do the installations, engineers will take care of standards, engineers will do the operation, engineers will do the commissioning, and engineers will bring that technology back here home. In short, engineers will develop this country. And I'm glad we have Mheshimiwa here. Thank you so much for joining into this function. Next time when there are discussions there about leadership of engineering functions, if we want to bring those jobs home, let us have engineers in the top leadership positions of such organizations. Engineer, I have an offer to make. I know you are planning to come for the IEK convention, the 33rd on the 24th to 17th of November. Please have one of your team members put up a presentation so that we can have it showcased at the convention. We take it out to the papers so that we are not just talking about collapsed buildings every day when you see an engineer, yet we have great things happening about engineering, like what engineer and Safer Power Group are doing. And one thing we are not being told also is that those buildings collapsing, I wish one day I am shown an engineer who have been prosecuted for being responsible for the failure. More often than not, what happens, the engineers will give you the designs. And then when it comes to implementation, you get someone tells you, I know somebody who can do it cheaply. And that cheaply eventually ends up being millions of shillings lost and lives. Get the engineer to do the engineering work. Thank you.
So thank you so much. And I'm happy you've brought in the conversation about leadership. And in my panel, I have the chair of Safer Power, Engineer Maundu. We have capital, regulations and technology, but institutions and their leadership must still make decisions and take calculated risk. What must Africa boards and business leaders do differently if we are to build enterprises capable of attracting capital, adapting technology, and scaling beyond individual founders?
Yes, my name is Engineer Samson Maundu, and I chair the board of Safer Power Group, and also I am a practicing consultant. The first element of attracting finance. We all agree that Africa has a lot of potential, and that is the talk in every corridor. We have very exciting and beautiful ideas which are being discussed about Africa. But one thing we need to note, investors do not fund ideas. Investors do not fund potential. Investors are looking for business opportunities which are bankable. And therefore, what leadership in companies and what boards need to do is to convert or to transform these beautiful ideas into bankable projects. And the way to go about that is, one, we need to have very serious feasibility studies done on your potential, on your idea, which an investor can buy into. The concern of investors is, one, how safe is our capital? And until you demonstrate that an investor will not lose his capital, they will not be willing to put in their money into your project. Secondly, investors are very keen. After I put in my money here, what am I going to get out at the end of the day? And therefore, the investor needs to see, after this number of years of my capital lying here, what am I going to get out? And therefore, leadership needs to come with very clear focus on reliable financial models which investors can buy into. Investors are keen. Are we compliant? Because if we get into an investment which does not meet the compliance requirement, that increases the level of risk of their finance. And therefore, it is very critical for board and leadership to look into those three areas: feasibility studies, reliable financial models, and compliance. Then there is the element of technology adoption. And one thing we appreciate, technology improves efficiency. Technology improves transparency. Technology increases productivity. And these are very critical things which investors are looking into. Are your operations transparent? Because if there is no transparency, if there is no efficiency, then there is big risk of losing. And lastly, if we want to make sure what we start does not end with us, one, partnerships comes into place in a very strong way. You bring in other players who are going to give you strengths in your weak points, who are going to bring in ideas in new areas of investment. And in that collaboration, your idea or whatever you conceived will not just end with you. And of course, as you look into the areas of partnerships, very clear, defined succession plans, policies must also be put in place. Thank you.
So thank you, Engineer. We have talked about leadership, partnership, technology, and listening to each other. It is clear that there is no single institution that can unlock the Africa potential alone. Where is the biggest disconnect today between governments, regulators, financiers, private sectors, technology, institutions, and public? I'll be asking, starting with you, my only lady on the panel, in our positions today as leaders, the capacity where we are serving in our institutions, what is that one thing that you can commit today in honor of Dalmas demonstrating to us that we can go to Africa? What is that commitment that you can be able to commit today that you will embark on to unlock the Africa potential?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gertrude Karin Olenyo. I'm the Business Development Manager at Stanbic Bank, where I support financing of equipment through vehicle and asset finance. So one of the commitments that we need and which everyone has spoken to, number one, mainly it's on the collaboration, bringing all the partners together so that we understand what we need financing or what needs to be done from the work group. I'll also speak about now from the banking perspective, the financing, and one of it is coming up with innovative financing solutions for all the collaborators in the market. Like one of the items I can think of right now is on about the collateral that the banks traditionally have been asking for when we are financing like green funding solutions. Because historically the bank have been asking for other collateral, but now one of the things that you can come up, or what we are striving to do, is having the same equipment financing for itself.
I want you to own the commitment. You have told us that you are part of the business development.
Yes.
Innovative financing is your commitment. I'm very good in following up commitments, and I have other hats that I wear in the private sector. So thank you so much. Engineer Sang, what is that one commitment that you can make as a leader at the position that you hold today in your organization?
Thank you. The commitment we make is providing the opportunity to do POCs for any type of technology at a city scale. Our commitment is a platform for all Kenyans to demonstrate their technology to the world at the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Innovators, we have opportunity to showcase our innovations at Konza. Eric, my friend, and you know I can call you tomorrow. What is that commitment you're going to make from where you sit as a leader?
For me, my commitment, as mentioned by my fellow banker, is to make sure that the collaboration and partnership works, but straight to mine, because I know you want a straight thing to hold me account to, is TAT. I think we have spoken so much about what we need to do, what needs to be done. The biggest question is, when do we get this done? So for me, my commitment is make decisions quickly, because then Africa needs to progress, not tomorrow, now. So what I commit to do is whatever we are called to do as financiers, whether it's collaboration, whether it's funding, the TAT will be good. And just to lead by example, I have something for Dalmas on my table. We shall dispense with that by end of next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And I'll come to you, Brian, first. What is that commitment to unlock the Africa potential that we are talking about?
So, providing the much needed capital. So, my colleague spoke about innovative financing. So, my commitment is providing the much needed capital. As I mentioned, Stanbic Bank is a member of the Standard Bank Group. We are in 22 countries in Africa. And when we talked about the problem statement of Africa being 38% into 600 million people, we have a mandate in each of the countries to ensure there is that much needed capital for energy infrastructure projects. But then also the other commitment is the collaborative part, where we bring public sector and private sector together. A fellow panelist talked about the role of engineers. And I just want you to reflect on the energy compacts that are being, the Mission 300 energy compacts. These are energy compacts that are bilateral agreements between governments and the World Bank and FDB and other partners. And commercial banks, we saw the compacts when they were already authored. And then now we have to work at the tail end to ensure we provide the much needed capital to unlock what we call the result-based financing requirement, or the much needed financing. It would have been better if we were part of the pool, but we outside the pool, but still we will have to come in and be in the pool, because we are the ones with the much needed capital. So again, collaboration is important, and you've seen what Safer Power has been able to do with the collaboration, especially on how far they have gone and where they are. So we do believe that's the much needed action. And my last submission is to congratulate Safer Power for this journey, the resilience. As a bank, we've been in the sector for 163 years in Africa in banking. So you can see 10 years what you've been able to do, 163 years what you've been able to do. So we're gonna hold each other by the hip, and then we walk the journey together. We bring the capital, you bring the technology, and then we're able to win together. Thank you.
Thank you. Engineer Harrison, 1 minute.
Thank you. For the engineers, my commitment is we will lead the capacity building programs for engineers that suits the industry. We will lead a partnership program between the engineers and the industry, so that as engineers, we can talk about those successes that engineer and the other team are doing. One of the other things is the academia and the industry. At the moment, everyone is doing their things. We will work towards bridging that gap and ensuring that there is transition from the academia to the industry that delivers industry-ready engineers. Thank you.
I will hold you accountable to
Yes.
bridging that gap,
Yes.
because I'm an industrialist and it's a true gap that is there. If we can be able to work with academia and enhance the research and the knowledge that they have and bring that to the industries. So I will hold you accountable to that. Then we can make scalable, bankable project, and we can be able to unlock the potential of Africa. Engineer Maundu, for Safer Power, what is that one commitment that you're going to make to see the roadmap of growth that we have been given today as a leader?
Yes, as far as I am concerned, as a chair of the board, I am committing that Safer Power is going to transform the brilliant ideas, the potential, into bankable business opportunities. I have mandated the CEO to come up with a team seriously to get into research and development, a team to look into feasibility studies, ensure compliance in terms of standards, and I believe with that commitment, we should be able to convert as many ideas as possible into opportunities which the financiers can invest in.
I love the clarity of leadership on what need to be achieved. Do you want to say something?
I just wanted to add something on the innovative financial solutions. And I wanted to say that we've come up with ways of funding the green funders or the green companies to acquire or commission the equipment and installation. And currently we are offering various ways instead of the normal, like the term debt that you are giving, because we can give it through a leasing solution or through now a direct vehicle and asset finance. And also we've come up with ways where we look at exploring which partner, like just not funding just what partner, but we can fund, say, the EPC contractor directly, and also that we can also look at the off-taker and fund them, or fund like the maintenance and service part of it, like looking holistically at the entire project.
Thank you. Allow me to let my panel go. We can stand up. I think we can have a beautiful photo. But before I let them go, my message to you all, we have made our commitments. What is that commitment that you're going to make to yourself, to your organization? We have heard that we need partnership and collaboration, but all those things to unlock the Africa potential belongs to us. Safer Power has demonstrated what can be done. As you go home today, make a commitment to you and to your organization, whether you want to be part and parcel of the people, the leaders that are unlocking Africa for the potential that it beholds. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel that has incisively put a wonderful conversation today. We celebrate you, we appreciate you, and say Asante Sana, and our moderator, Mary, Asante Sana, for that wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time my Kiswahili pops in. Wahenga na wahengu hawakutupaka mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa waliponena kwamba kilicho na mwanzo hakina budi kuwa na mwisho. Kwa hivyo ukoko umekwisha alika maua na muda usio mrefu. We will be winding up. But before we do so, I talked about partnerships that go a long way and touch the hearts and spirit of our activities. And nobody is better placed to do that than our key partner to Safer Power, and that is Stanbic Bank. I wish to invite Florence Wanja to the podium to speak about partnerships that convert African innovation into bankable scale. A round of applause as we welcome Florence for the address. Florence, karibu sana. We look forward to hearing from you. Karibu.
Good evening, everyone. I know everyone is tired and we've had very many speeches. I think I'm on my third edition of my speech because I didn't want to repeat a lot of what has already been said. And I think also we've had quite a bit from the Stanbic Bank team that was here in the panel in terms of what we can do and the partnership that we have had with Safer Power. So allow me to stand on the protocols earlier observed. My name is Florence Wanja. I'm the regional head of business and commercial banking, looking after East Africa. And you did see the team that is from Stanbic Bank. I think for us here first is to really celebrate the two remarkable milestones. One is the launch of the hydrogen energy POC, as well as the company's 10-year anniversary. So, Engineer Dalmas and your team, we really applaud you and celebrate you for this great milestone. I think as you are celebrating here, there are two things I just wanted to mention. One is to celebrate entrepreneurship. I think this has been a clear demonstration of entrepreneurship and the journey of entrepreneurs and the success that also comes from believing in your dream and actually following through and identifying the right partners. I think the other thing we're here to celebrate is innovation. Because as an entrepreneur, you have to continuously keep looking at where the world is going and continue to tap onto that opportunity, because really that's where growth comes from. As Standard Bank, and as you've heard, we are the largest bank on the continent, and we've basically been leading in the energy transition, and it's a strategic priority for the bank. The bank has 3 strategic priority areas, and leading in energy transition is one of those pillars. So for us, when we are here, we are really here completely committed to this journey because it's part of our global strategy. We also say our purpose is driving Africa's growth. And in sitting in Kenya also is to see how we drive Kenya's growth. Energy is actually a key catalyst for an economy to grow. And we see this as a very critical part. If this continent is going to grow, we do need to solution for energy, and we look at it from 2 perspectives. One is availability, I think, which some of the panelists have spoken to. The other one is costs. In Kenya, what is more relevant is the cost aspect. I think availability, there's quite a bit of access, not where we ought to be at, but the cost is a big challenge that we see, and it's also a key driver towards industrialization. And I think as a country, we've continued to really champion that agenda around industrialization, because this is the only way we are going to create jobs. So if you're going to drive Africa's growth, we really do need to have partners like Safer Power and the other partners here who are really looking at this sector because it's a key unlock and a key enabler. As a business and commercial banking, Standard Bank, our sole mission is to amplify clients' growth. And as we stand here, we are really proud to be here, standing with you on your 10-year anniversary, because what we are committing to you is that we will be with you the next 10 years. Because we've seen growth, we want to amplify that growth and be able to walk with you the next journey of 10 years. We've seen the milestones, we've seen the commitments, and we want to give you that assurance that we will walk with you in this journey. We do support the key sectors that are driving the country's growth. And I think all these sectors, be it agribusiness, manufacturing, education, all these areas depend on power. And we've seen a lot of interplay between the energy sector and other sectors that are basically driving growth. And I think that commitment, as you've seen, we are here represented by a team, including our head of energy and infrastructure, because we organize ourselves around those key sectors so that we ensure that we give you the right expertise, the right solution to be able to actually scale and do more with the opportunities that you're seeing. So we are well equipped, we have the right expertise, and we've been in this sector for many years, having played from generation, transmission. When we started off the HFO IPPs in this country, Standard Bank was one of the pioneers around that from a financing point of view. We've been involved in wind power, Lake Turkana, we've been part of that project. And now decentralized power as we go into solar and home solar systems, and now looking forward to the green hydrogen POC that you're looking to launch. And we really want to look forward to that. I think the partnership conversation, which was really what I wanted to speak to, is one where we started this journey with Safer Power as a strategic EPC. Because if you're going to unlock this sector, we need to have credible, reliable players like Safer Power who come in as experts, obviously partnering with the right technology partners, with the right professionals, as we've seen, the right engineering solutions. We signed an MOU about 18 months ago, and today we are executing a very healthy pipeline of over 30 megawatts of power deals that should be closing in the next 3 to 6 months. So I think as you're talking about commitments, we actually have live commitments. We will be commissioning some of those projects jointly in the next couple of months, if not weeks. And we are really looking to see how we can actually scale this and get more opportunities. As I've said, these opportunities are cutting across all sectors, be it agribusiness, retail, homes, large manufacturing, and we did see some of the clients that Safer Power is partnering with. So I think as we talk about amplifying growth, for us, we really, first of all, start by applauding the 4 young engineers who came together to see this vision and actually look at how you can actually be relevant and play a big role in driving the growth of Africa. So it's very much aligned with what we see as Stanbic Bank in terms of just being able to support those visions and those dreams and being able to curate solutions that will allow you to do that. And we do this in very practical ways by also giving our customers and our partners access to opportunities. And Engineer Mbai here will say, we have given you leads to customers who come to us and tell us, we're looking for an energy solution. So ours is not just to give financing, but we give you access to markets, access to customers, access to financing, access to technology partners, access to supply and markets for both your equipment that you're looking at, given that we also have very strong linkage into China, so we continue to open those opportunities for our customers. And I think one of the things also we've been able to do is also to position Kenyan entrepreneurs to the world. Engineer Mbai here, and I think we did see some of the pictures here, we invited him to sit and speak in our annual panel, in our annual conference. We hold one conference a year where we bring in entrepreneurs and businesses across the continent. And we want to see many more of Kenyan businesses sitting on those platforms, talking about the opportunity and the possibilities so that you can also open up opportunities for you just beyond the borders of this country and enable you to actually take this business to the other African countries. And the opportunities, I think, as we've heard, are immense. And we're looking forward to being the bank that actually opened this continent for you so that you can be seen as a credible EPC in other countries beyond Kenya. So our proposition, we've spoken about it. We are looking to finance solutions for yourselves as individuals, for industries as well. It's a 10-year financing solution. It's self-securing. The equipment is the security. And you ask yourself, can I afford it? The savings you get from your power bill is what goes to service that debt. So again, partnering with experts like Safer Power, they'll do for you the energy audits. They will actually be able to determine how much you can save. And that actually becomes the repayment source. So I'm encouraging everyone to speak to the bank, Stanbic Bank, whether it's for your home solutions. If you're partnering with a credible EPC, we should be able then to extend that financing to you, even at a very small scale. I think we've seen some of the products that have been put up there, and we are looking to see how we can actually solarize and provide energy at an affordable cost to as many Kenyans as possible. So to Engineer Mbai and the entire Safer team, congratulations on this significant achievement. We commend your vision, your courage, unwavering commitment to advancing sustainable energy solutions. Your first decade has been marked by remarkable accomplishments, and we're excited to continue partnering with you as you embark on the next chapter of growth and innovation. On behalf of Stanbic Bank, I congratulate you on your 10th year anniversary and the successful launch of the pioneering hydrogen energy project, and we look forward to deepening our partnership and continuing to support initiatives that create lasting value for businesses, communities, and future generations. You'll allow me to close. I think my colleague here, when the pastors were called up here, asked me, I thought you were going to go there. I'm not a pastor, but I just wanted to show Brian, I also do know the word. I think as we close, I just thought of sharing this verse with you, Proverbs 22:29. Do you see someone skilled in their work? They will serve before kings. They will not serve before officials of low rank. I think as we celebrate today, we really applaud you and do believe that you will actually be elevated and will serve before kings, not in Kenya, but on the continent. And we are wishing you the very best. Thank you.
A round of applause once again for Florence. That was epic. And we appreciate you for those remarks. Florence, if by any chance after leaving Stanbic Bank at retirement, you decide to open a church, please proceed to do so. I will be your treasurer. I promise we will have riches on earth and in heaven. I guarantee you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have dealt with waheshimiwa in different capacities. And sometimes I am always reminded of ensuring that I keep protocol to the core and give Waheshimiwa priority. But one of the most humble Waheshimiwas I've met is Mheshimiwa Edith. She has sat through this session with us. I kept on, she wanted to leave and I graciously smiled and requested, will you please just say hi to your people? Coming for us all the way from Kitui West and the MP for our CEO. Please help me welcome Mheshimiwa for a quick remark before she can make her way out. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa Honorable Edith Nyanza. She is the MP for Kitui West. We celebrate you and I appreciate your humility in a very nice way. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. Please welcome.
Thank you, MC. Let me take this opportunity to say I'm a proud mother, I'm a proud MP, to have such a person of Dauma's by engineer from my constituency, Kitui West constituency. My name is Edith Nyenze, I'm MP Kitui West, and I'm delighted, very delighted to be in your midst. I'm even humbled. I can't imagine the connectivity which Saver Power Group have through Daumas. So you are really very, very well connected. I've said I'm the MP. He's actually my friend, and he's doing a lot, even in our constituency. He's a mentor to many, especially engineers. So congratulations. I'm here to celebrate your 10th anniversary. What can I say? Actually, in my constituency, one of the needs which people have, they always tell me they want power. You have also heard someone else say that they want power, isn't it? So they tell me one need is power, and the next one is power. Need number 3 is power. They need electricity. Actually, why do they say this? Because actually, during this time of technology, everyone wants to be connected to power. So, Saver Power Group, you are actually sorting our problem of power. And we are doing so by giving us green energy, cheaper energy, and this one will really ensure that even technology moves faster, even to give us more innovations. So congratulations for that. The other problem which we have in our country is unemployment. There is so much unemployment in our country, and not only in Kenya, all over Africa. So entrepreneurs like Saver Power will actually ensure that they give employment to our youth through mentorship, through training them to get into different industries, and in doing so, then they will ensure that they give them employment. I have a friend actually who is training engineers. And what is she training? She's actually training the German language. And she has been doing that for long. So what they do is that with their companies that they train engineers and then they export them to Germany. And they are employed there. So that means we are losing manpower. We are losing manpower from our country. Engineers are going to another country. And now they will come back and compete with us. They will come back, maybe sell the same energy more expensively. But now when we have our Saver Power doing such, introducing our youth to such entrepreneurship and doing exploits for them, mentoring them, then that means now we can export. I've sat down here keenly and learned a lot. I'm sorry that I was not there when you are opening the hydrogen plant. I wish I was there, but it's okay. what I would say is that congratulations, congratulations. I support you. And as your MP, in case you want anything to be passed in Parliament, I'm always available and I will show you the door on how to pass it. That is any legislation, any policy, so that we can actually also partner in this way. So with all those main remarks, I tell you congratulations, congratulations. The sky is not the limit. You have more to exploit. Thank you. God bless you. Asante.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa. We appreciate you so very much for your kind remarks. And thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. Because of your motherly stature, I would still request that if your schedule could allow, that you stick around with us for the cake cutting, because I know with your motherly guidance, we will be able to delve it around for everyone to consume, just like you deliver the national cake to all the people in your constituency. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I am a man who keeps my word, I wish to invite on stage Lazarus Monywa, Aida Nyambora, Ruben Chalo, Victor Chalo, Ridho Mwangi, Engineer Grace Kagondu, Wakonyo Wanjiko, and Davis Ogega. Please make your way to the podium. I am going to throw a very quick spanner to your works right now, because I want to do this within 5 minutes and close the session with a cake cutting ceremony. The names that I've mentioned, please make your way to the podium. Please make your way to the podium and find this white seat, and please sit on it, because I have a good quick challenge for you. You are the people who are going to enjoy the first sweet effect of 10 years of celebration with Safer Power. But only 3 of you, just find a seat and sit. Only 3 of you can win something at this stage. Who will it be? Now, I have the vouchers here. My first challenge will be simple. Why should we allow you to win? If you give me a good answer, you stay. If the answer is not good enough, you leave. We will not even wait for your speech. Audience, you are the ones to choose who stays. Why should you win? I will start from here all the way to the end. Give me the second microphone. Yes, please tell us your name and tell us why should you win. Please come to the podium. Just come. Tell us your name and tell us why should you win.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Wakonyo Wanjiko, and the reason as to why I think I should win is when we are honoring a dream from 4 men. It was once a dream, and now it's a vision. Carrying that along as a gift, it will be nice remembering that my dreams are possible.
Remembering that her dreams are possible. Tell us, why? Why do you think you should win?
Thank you so much. My name is Davis Ogega. Why I believe I should win is because I believe in people empowerment, and the values and missions that are anchored in this organization strongly believe in people, and so we resonate a lot in terms of values with this organization, and that's why I am proud to be a partner of this wonderful institution, and I'm ready to work with them every step of their way into the beautiful horizon. Thank you.
Pressure is pressuring. Okay, over to you. Why should you win?
Pressure is increasing.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
My name is Aida Irongo Kanganga. Why I think I should win is because, as MC said at the beginning, remember he introduced a very, very special group, and he said, these are loyal people. They have been with Safer Power from the beginning because I work from SBM, so I'm not watching this from the sidelines. I was there from the beginning when we were doing Stony Earthy, and here we are today, and I know we are going far. So I am a partner. I'm not just an observer or an attendee.
Hey! Wewe umeamua the employer arushe kwa mix. Very nice. Very good. Why should you win, Lazarus?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mine will be short and precise. I believe I should win because I got the chance to be here rubbing the shoulders with very well-respected members of the society where I've been enlightened to see that one dream can change the world. And I believe I'll be that person today.
Wow. Okay. Gentlemen, the pressure has creased super creasingly. Why should you win?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have 3 points why I should win.
Yes.
One, I just concluded my house. I just received a quotation for power. I need power in my house at home.
Oh, umemaliza kujenga.
I just received a quotation. So even if I don't win, I will buy.
So they should make you not buy.
Yes. So that is one reason. Reason number 2 is when I knew Safer Power, through my boss, I come from All Media Communications Limited. We had an opportunity to interact with the CEO Dalmas, and we gave him opportunity to even, because of what he was doing, to explain and even take this Safer Power to the world through our stations, to the world, because I believed what he's doing really is what we need as Kenyans.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, gentlemen, why should you win?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
My name is Victor Kialo, and one of the reasons why I believe I should win is because of my name, Victor. And I do not believe that at any given time I should lose. And therefore, I'm confident that tonight I'm going to take home the biggest prize. And the second reason being, I come from a county where we have the least connectivity to the national grid. And if, by the grace of God Almighty, I win this prize, I'm going to light up my home and share with the neighboring communities and the churches around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor, who believes he will be a victor. Audience, they have sold their idea. Please stand and come closer here. You came here thinking you're giving a speech on Thanksgiving. I told you I'll find you off guard and ask you, why should you win? Audience, you listened to them. So my question will be simple. Aende ama abaki? Aende means aende aketi. Abaki ni abaki on the podium. Okay, are you ready? Let me start from this side because I started speeches from this side. Aende ama abaki? Yeah? Ati? I want to hear you. Aende ama abaki? Abaki, okay. Aende ama abaki? Abaki. Aende ama abaki? Abaki, okay. Aende ama abaki? Abaki. Aende ama abaki? Ati aeki? Aende ama abaki? Abaki. Aya, aende ama abaki? Okay. Question number 2 in 30 seconds. Nani amesema mketi? If you're seated, please leave. Anyway, here we go. Question number 2 in 30 seconds. If you met him 10 years ago, what would you tell him? Let's start from the other end. What would you tell him if you met him 10 years ago? Go ahead. The CEO.
I would tell Engineer Daumas Bai, the CEO of Safer Power Group,
20
to
seconds.
Be resilient and to continue soldiering on.
All right, next one.
I will tell the engineer that sky is not even the limit.
Okay, next one.
I'll tell Engineer Dalmas and Engineer Fidelis when they were trekking under the scorching sun that will be their blessing in disguise as a prophet.
Okay.
I will tell Engineer Dalmas, believe in that dream, because the verse we've been told, a man skilled will stand before kings and not obscure men.
Next.
I would tell Engineer Dalmas that we are all born with a special purpose, and he has already coined his purpose.
All right.
Let him stick to it, and he will be victorious. Thank you.
Very well. What will you tell him?
Honestly, 10 years ago, where was I? I was still a baby. So, for Engineer Dalmas, as an adult right now, I would have said, every dream is possible. No matter what you face, you will achieve it. The sky is not the limit.
Thank you. Now, this was spectacular because nobody got my question. The question was simple. If you met him 10 years ago, what would you tell him? So who is being addressed? Who is being addressed? Engineer Dalmas. So it will be simple. Hi, Engineer Dalmas. 10 years from now, you will be a star and we will celebrate you. Everyone was saying, I will tell him. I wanted you to address him. You missed on that one. So all of you somehow would have been eliminated. So my next question will be critical. Please pick it now. And this is your final one. This will be important. Just get the question right because you got it wrong, all of you. I was about to eliminate you. I was supposed to pick a number one from just that question. All right. Final question. You have been approached by Safer Power over their dream to 2036 as an investor. Give your acceptance speech in 1 minute. Start from you. In the middle now, yes. Then you will give the microphone to any side that you prefer as an investor.
To the management of Safer Power Limited, I have listened to your proposal and I categorically intend to align to it. Reason because I have seen your journey, your remarkable journey for the last 10 years. From when you were struggling with seed capital, when you are actually putting your resources, your personal resources into the work and believing into the dream, and you have fueled this to the conglomerate that it is today. With the resilience that you have had and the good governance that you have had, I think that I can comfortably invest my funds, and the future projection that you have had of investing in green energy, which is the next big thing in the world, then I'm willing to be part and parcel of it. Thank you.
Very good. You beat your time, so you're good to go. Anyone who goes beyond the 1 minute, you're out of the game. Next.
Okay, thank you, Safer Power, for choosing and saying that I'm worthy to be part of your journey to ensure that we make Kenya green. And I want to promise and give my commitment to support you and to be a partner in this journey to ensure that we help, even as I invest my funds in your organization, we're going to grow together and even grow the entire country together through your investment. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. You beat your time. Next.
Thank you very much, the management of Safer Power Group, for finding it worth to approach me for partnership towards lighting our country. And based on the realization that you have achieved 100% lighting, especially where we are today, I'm impressed. And I'm going to accept that proposal to be a partner by throwing a challenge to you as management that we move the same spirit to the 47 counties that we have in the country by innovating solar farming in many counties so that we can be able to increase the connectivity in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. You beat your time by 5 seconds. Very well. Now, up next.
All protocols observed. thank you, Engineer Dalmas, for giving me this honor to be a partner and an investor, because we have seen your godly foundation from when we launched to the 10-year celebration, even now, because the word of God says a good man leaves an inheritance to his children. As your investor, I will come on board to make sure that that inheritance is left to your children for generations to come. Thank you.
Woo, okay. All right. Aya, Ogega, there you go.
Yes, thank you so much. I have reviewed your track record over the past 10 years. And I must say that you have been a fantastic steward. And I want to believe in you that because based on what you have been able to do and the little that you have been entrusted upon for the past 10 years and the much that you have grown it, just as the Bible says, we will grow it tenfold. And for that reason, we are going to walk with you in faith, and we believe that you will make it even much, much, much greater than what you envision into the next 10 years coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And finally.
Hi, thank you for your pitch. It was a nice presentation, and I'm glad to take part and work with you guys. I've seen and I've done my own research on what you've done so far and the impact that you've made in the society. Your sustainability goals aligns with our goals, and so we are ready to take part of this investment, and let's make the future greener together.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate these people, ladies and gentlemen. Now, again, you missed the trap because as an investor, you talk figures and nobody spoke about amounts. So please face away so that they can vote for you. Just face away. I'm going to point, you just raise your hand, and being my IEBC, I will go with the most votes to the list. It's okay? It's my time to start. Let's start from... where is my pen? Okay, okay, there you go. The first one has been voted. Don't turn. The next one. Next one. All right. Okay. All right. Next one. All right. Next one. Okay. I saw two hands. I count one. Hata ukisongesha weke hivi nyuma. I see. I see. Okay. Finally. No, I want to repeat this one again. Let's start again. Okay, raise your hands and don't lower them until I finish. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you have voted. Please stand. Based on your votes, there is a particular team that actually missed by 2 votes. Like, yeye na mtu next ilikuwa 2. So, in no particular order, I will request that you sit in no particular order. Okay? So, please sit here. Please sit there. Please sit here. Please sit there. Gentlemen, how do you think you performed? Okay. One of you is sitting here, one of you is going. So, please sit there. Yes, please sit here. Ladies and gentlemen, now please stand, the three of you. I will now be awarding the following. Receiving from Safer Power a voucher of 179,000, that is Kadudu Light. Please proceed to present Bwana co-founder, come. Please present this to this one is presented to Ida Nyambura Irongo. Let's give a round of applause. This is Ida receiving. Ida, you are the third most voted winner on this one. Ida, round of applause one more time. Thank you and congratulations. You have received the voucher courtesy of Safer Power. Thank you so much, Bwana co-founder. Because, Bwana Chairman, I know I will be inviting you over to give the speech before the cake. I want you to award the winner. Is that okay? So, Bwana CEO, please come and award the second one, who is now a runners-up. And receiving the Kadudu Plus of 259,000. This was one of the most closely contested. This one had a difference of votes that was very minimal. This one was interesting. This one is one of a kind. Please present that voucher. 2. If you believe you're the winner of that one, please step forward. No, not you. All right. To Wakonyo Wanjiko. Wakonyo Wanjiko, please receive that one. And congratulations for that. Well done. That is one way for your parents to be proud of you. They have been able to get your proposition. Congratulations and well done. And of course, Victor, with all the confidence of a Victor, and he actually works at a place called Cash Flow. So this guy has a cash flow mindset. And yes, our Victor for the day, Bwana Chairman, please present this to our winner of the ultimate premium kit of 419,000 from Safer Power. A round of applause for Victor for the wonderful, Victor Chalo. Victor Chalo. Congratulations. Congratulations and well done. For those who will write the news, please make sure to indicate that he was appreciating the gift, not being punished for receiving that gift. Mheshimiwa, I see you. Victor Chalo comes from your place. This one. Huyu ukifika time ya campaign, piga picha ya nyumba yake. Sema, this is how you change lives. Congratulations, Victor, and thank you so much. With much pleasure, lady. A round of applause one more time. We welcome Victor Chalo, our premium kit winner. And Bwana Chairman, please don't leave. Just proceed to make your remarks, and then we can go ahead and have the cake.
I had spoken earlier, but I will make one or two remarks. One, when I introduced my board members. A few of the board members were not there. Please, if you were not there, stand up. I will introduce those who have come late, and you will not be told to show cause, because we don't believe in punishing, we believe in encouraging. Right in front here, we have Janet. Please wave. Janet is one of our board members. You may be seated. We have Janet is the president of the Institute of Quantity Surveyors, and she sits in our board. We have our CS, or our company secretary, Cassie, please wave. And last and not least, we have Felix. Felix also is a member of our board. Let me say this, we have had a long day. We have had a very engaging event. We have had a very productive function. And all of you who have managed to sit up to this time, please feel appreciated. Feel appreciated. We don't take it for granted. Quite a number of people have left, but you have taken your time to sit up to the end of the ceremony. So with those remarks, I hand over back to the MC to tell us what next.
Thank you very much, Bwana Chairman. I thought you would say, because the MC has used his English well, you are handing over one of the Kadudu packages for his Ushago home, so that they can see what he came to do to Nairobi. But that will come. Now, having said that, I want to invite, I know when we start having cake, we'll probably need to concentrate elsewhere. So I will just do a quick tweak. I wish to welcome Bwana Sospita Mutuku to move a vote of thanks, then we can do the cake cutting ceremony. Bwana Sospita, a round of applause as you welcome him forward, so that we are able to do the cake cutting and the networking following immediately after. Karibu sana, karibu.
Thank you, MC. Congratulations. Before you leave, you can get a quote for the Kadudu. We'll give you a quotation. Maybe we can consider a discount because of the good work you have done. Thank you very much. May I say, I know time has gone, and just give me your ears for the last, for 4 minutes, I'll be through. I'll not go through all this, but I'll just say what our chairman has just said. You have been patient since morning. Even others have not slept, and we are grateful because of your patience. Allow me to mention just because Mheshimiwa ako hapa atashikilia all protocols observed in all capacities. I just want to say thank you, including you who has not stepped here and said something. Please feel appreciated, and because of many people have just left, may I say just we have the government of Machakos. We are grateful. Diplomatic communities, leaders and regulatory, financials, development institutions, customers, strategies, partners, management and staff of Safer Power Group. Thank you very much, ladies who have just been working tirelessly to do every single job in this. On board, on behalf of the board of directors, the founders, our group CEO, management staff and the entire Cyber family, again, great is what you have done to us. And congratulations, even as we celebrate this Save Power program for the 10 years, and even for the program of the hydrogen starting from tomorrow. You can talk of hydrogen in this place and we can answer you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, thank you very much for being with us, and all government, I say again, even for the national, those who are presented here, please, thank you very much. We have guys from the banking, investment, guaranteeing, patient sectors, partners, and engaging all practical questions. Say today, congratulations for what you have done, and I want to thank you very much. So I want to say and recognize our chairman, Samson. Thank you very much. Engineer Mbai and Fidel, congratulations, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, I'll just, yes, I speak, you stand here with the CEO, you get a photo with a purpose. You too, to compensate the very photo that was on those days, isn't it? We'll do a comparison for the two as we continue. Kamacha, do the needful for those. Very good. Thank you very much. We are just following up for the photo we saw when they were two, but now we are changing this. Our thank you and congratulations, our CEO. Wow, just wapatie makofi at least if you want to do. Those guys did a lot. Thank you. Now we'll compare that. Kamacha, what is it? Thank you very much. May God bless you for starting Save Power. And all of those who have been on that roadmap, I say congratulations and thank you very much for giving us away. Guys, we had people who have been with us, all the, I can't mention by names, but there are those who did different services for us from the start of the planning. We congratulate you and thank you very much. We just want to say, may the Lord who liveth pay you, even if you will get a pay, but may you be paid by the living God because of your sacrifice that you have given us as a service and also as a duty you have done. Thank you very much. Elgon, let me just mention the Elgon. Congratulations, and even I know you have some things you have done for us. Thank you because you have meant it, and thank you very much. Anchu, I can see you. Thank you. May God bless you. And all the services who have been around, may God bless you. Wow. Because of time, just allow me to say thank you, and thank you, and thank you, and thank you. I say and thank you. Guys, I say thank you. One clap for the MC. He has done well, isn't it? Thank you. I will think of coming again and look for you. But I think if you sweet talk, we will discount the kadudu for you. Kudos! May God bless you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. That's where you start the energy from. Where? Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to cut the cake. I wish to welcome Bwana CEO, Bwana Chairman, the representative from the county, Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa, as I told you, huwezi kosa. With your motherly touch, please welcome. I also had the representative from Stanbic. Please come. And the representative from SBM, if you're still around, please also make your way right here. I will be able, of course, you don't need to sit on the periphery. You know you're part of this. Please also make your way to the cake cutting. All right. Camera crew, where do you want them? On this side or on that side? Wakuje side ingine. Please come to this other side. I also saw representation from ABSA. You okay? Please welcome. We want to have this opportunity. Mheshimiwa, please come to this other side. The cake is going to celebrate, and we have our saxophonist delivering the vibes as we have a beautiful music coming through, even as we delve this. In our local dialect, tungeshinda hapo tukisema kata kata, ama tuanze kata keki tukule sasa. But because Safer Power is redefining the conversation, I will be inviting our saxophonist to give us a tune. And of course, the team will be able to guide us. The cake crew, please help us in that activity as you proceed, as you prefer. Okay, saxophonists, twende tufanye vile tulifanya 1964 kule Vietnam. Please welcome. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Bring it. Let's try your next thing. Where DJ? Susanna hakukuwa kanisa, asante. We want to officially conclude our program and then we can come back to the networking session. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our saxophonist of the night. A round of applause. Well done, man. You're blessed. And when they talk about blessed people, you will be counted twice. Your house in heaven will have safer power energy, 5G Wi-Fi, and a Type-C charger. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn to the neighbor next to you and tell them, thank you for being here. Turn to your neighbor and tell them, thank you for being here. Turn to the other neighbor and tell them, you too. It's been beautiful. It's been amazing. It's been awesome. I wish to invite Pastor. Please come. No, Pastor, CEO alisema we ni pastor wake personally. So I wish to invite you to lead us in the closing prayer. Then we can open up on networking. Karibu sana, Pastor. And thank you for being with us to the very end. It's a great honor to have you with us here. Please come and bless our evening, even as we call it an event. My name is Okari. It has been a pleasure to serve you. And I look forward to many more great celebrations with all of you into the future. Thank you so very much. Karibu, Pastor.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC. God bless you. Let us be on our feet as we say the grace. Our Father and our Lord, we thank you for the far you have taken us and your hand of protection that has been upon us, Lord Almighty, from the starting to this hour. As we go home, Lord, we pray that you are going to take care of us and you are going to lead us through. In Jesus' name we pray. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good networking. Get new friends, get new networks, and make your next million in this event. To Safer Power, congratulations and asante sana. DJ, let's do this.